Hello. Good afternoon. Do that. Too bright. Hello. How's it going? Thank you for waiting for me there. I was a little bit on the later side, but it is what it is. Shit happens. Hope you guys are doing well. I wonder how many of you were expecting me not to turn up today, considering how late yesterday went. But here I am. Unlucky for you. Who wants to keep your stream streaks? You have to be here on a Monday. Woe is me. How you guys doing? There we go. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope your Monday isn't Mondaying too hard thus far. I'm pretty tired, honestly, I won't lie, but it is quite a bit cooler today. We've had a bit of wind, and tomorrow is supposed to be even cooler, which is really nice. So, yay. I'm in a much better mood, I suppose. Hope it's cooler where you guys are too. Ugh. I was tempted to biff off stream today so I could get some cleaning done, but here we are. Okay, let me sort this out and then I'll say my helos. Alright. Okay. So, hello Succumbio, hello Temmie, congratulations on being voiced, hello Normanton, hello Simmerk, hello Gem, hello Joshi, hello Trashcan, hello Goat. Maybe I was wrong, but I've been violent. Violent? Yeah, okay, I fucked that up. I will not sing anymore ever in my life. Hello Chris, hello Stevie, hello Winter. If you guys want to eat goat, feel free, but you're gonna have to get me a new mod. What will it take? What will it take? Hello Rhino. Hello Pancake. Rhino, thank you for the 145 stream streak. Thank you very much for that. Hello, Ginger. I gave you the self-care check. Positive affirmation. I'm proud I made it to stream today. She raises up as soon as the beat starts. It was never... Honestly, sometimes it's intentional. If I'm... Like... There's that one A Day to Remember song, or there's like the one Doom song in my playlist that'll come on, and I'll... If I'm here on time, I'll switch over and I'll turn it up and we'll have a little fucking mosh session, but it's never intentional. Pokemon champ? Yeah, well, I suppose we're the Pokemon champs. Honestly, without you guys yesterday in chat, I don't think I would have made it. It was rough. It was not an easy Elite Four. We lost many a Pokemon on the way. Someone else is gonna have to break the news to Lychee, because I'm not doing it. Ginger, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Hello, Strix. You two headsets on at the same time. Like full on like headphones, or do you mean like earphones? Because headphones sounds a bit crazy, honestly. Hello, Fate. How do you feel after getting a good night rest as a champion? Well, it wasn't the best night's rest, but I did get some rest, and I don't feel any different, honestly. Hello, Jaikon. Yeah, if you guys are gonna eat, I guess, Gem, you are excused unless you're fine with eating human meat or goat meat or human goat meat. I don't know. That's for you to decide, not me. Hi, Ghost. Hi. You want some hugs? So affectionate. Hello. We lay down here. Come on. We can. Let's get you down here. There you go. Hello, Art. Family of 6. We'll put a juniper berry in the goat, and whoever bites into it has to be it. Oh, I see. Okay. Hello, Lychee. I think our Arcanine was Reaper. There will be no eating of goat. Didn't feel any different because you're champ every day, boss. I'm still gonna flame the shit out of your Genji. This isn't changing. You can't butter me up. Can't believe my son died again. Okay, he might have died, Lychee, but you don't understand how much value the Arcanine had with the fucking hail. The hail strat was true and real. I patented a Pokemon strat. And that is step 1. Find a Pokemon that has like some sort of damaging move. Like passive, you know, like the fucking hail or the sandstorm. Step 2. Buy a fuck ton of potions. Step 3. Put said Pokemon into battle. Step 4. Hope they don't have any Pokemon that are immune to this damage. Step 5. Just heal it out and let the fucking hail do the damage. It was so crazy. It's like insane. No, he was very useful. He was really, really useful. Like, now I thought like the CPU in Pokemon games is usually it's smart, but it's a little bit silly sometimes. Tell me why I get into the battle and Lance immediately starts spamming spikes. What the fuck is that all about? Excuse me? Alright, buddy, whatever. Bear in mind, I had 5 Pokemon. We lost one of the Pokemon early on. We lost, Torb. We lost our, Gallade really early on to a very typical incident. But, so we were fighting with 5 Pokemon from pretty much the start. And we didn't leave 4. They're fucking Pokemon, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? Someone had 2 Nidokings. Or queens. Queens? No, I think they were kings. Doesn't matter. It's crazy, though. Why do you think every compliment has an ulterior motive? Because that's what you guys are. Pokemon AI focuses on using moves with type advantage against the current Pokemon, so the ground beats fire. That's crazy. That's crazy, because it got to a point where it was like, I put a Pokemon into the fight, and it had immediately lost like 25 million health points. It was crazy. But I do have to say, as good as Arcanine was, our Skarmory... is it Skarmory or Skarmory? I think I was interchanging between Skarmory. Our Skarmory was the fucking goat. Like, actually insane. I don't think we could have won if we'd brought a different Pokemon. Skarmory was, like, insane. To destroy I'm not going that high. I'll just start fucking screaming. Yeah. Skarmory was definitely our MVP. It was I think in the end the only 3 that were still alive was Skarmory. What fucking Pokemon was Orisa again? Meganium? Is that the fucking name? Meganium? Who else was alive? Oh yeah, and Doomfist. I don't care if Ambipom... Dude, as much as I tried, Doomfist would not die, okay, bro? Ambipom would not fucking die. You'll play Echo while stream today? I won't play Echo. I want to get good at Ana. There's this Ana Overwatch player streamer that has like 2,500 or something hours in Ana, and like she's crazy on her, and I want to be that kind of crazy on Ana. It was the GOAT? No, the monkey was not the GOAT. The monkey was just what I threw in at the start, because chances are, like, I think it was my best strat is just throw a normal type in there and switch out if I really need to. I went to hell and back to find myself on track. I broke the code. Whoa. I'm not still banned from Overwatch, no. I don't owe any more games other than Baldur's Gate, which is a thing that's happening Wednesday, so... Unless I'm forgetting one. I said Undertale again, oh my god. Deltarune and Devil May Cry were never incentive games. They were just games I wanted to play, so... Yeah. Superfang? Yeah, Superfang was insane because some of the Pokemons they brought in were beefy. They were really fucking beefy. I broke the code. Whoa. I think one of the most annoying battles had to have been one of the Nidokings. The Nidoking had Drain Punch. It wasn't a heavy hitter, but it just kept healing. And because it was beefy, it was just a pain in the ass. So it had Drain Punch and it had Sludge that it was eating. So it was just healing every fucking round. Obviously, Drain Punch only has like 5 PP, like, but still, it felt like a fucking eternity, bro. But Superfang was super useful when, you know, because what else did we have that was really beefy? There was a Snorlax, there was a Donaphan. They were just... These guys had fucking monsters. It was rotten. We actually not have monsters? Yes, I'm pretty sure I said please just have some easy fights, because some of my gym battles, they weren't easy either. But it was like really, I guess it was lucky for them really, because as I said, if I lost with that team, my B team would have ripped them a new one. Come on, I had 2 Registeels, 2 Groudons waiting for me, 2 fucking million legendary and mythical Pokemon. I had the... But to see the name of the ship was a Brilliancy. I had a Lugia, I had... Fucking... Even the non-legendaries I had waiting for me, the Magmortar with the, what is the sun one called? The sun passive, I forget. Begins with a D, maybe. Oh yeah, there was a Moltres with Waterfall, that's what happened. Yeah. So yeah, it's all coming back to me now. So, Reaper... The Arcanine, so Lychee, I did not intend to have Arcanine killed. This is what happened. Arcanine went up against the Moltres. I'm like, okay, this is good because my Arcanine has Waterfall. So I used Waterfall. Moltres had color change, so its typing turned into a water type. So we had the decision to make. We were like, do we use a fire type and turn it back into a fire type, or do we just keep using water moves and then that way its fire type moves won't have the stab? Well, we made the decision to just keep going and using the water type moves, and it turns out the Moltres actually had Brine and my fucking Arcanine got obliterated, so... yeah, that's a good remember. Like I couldn't remember how Arcanine died. I knew it must have been to some bullshit, but yeah, that's what happened. So isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic? To be fair, even if we had attacked with like a fire typing, I'm not sure if we would have survived a brine. To bring us sugar and tea and rum. Make a leave and go. We learned Bide works on ghosts. Oh yeah, we learned that too. There were just a lot of very unfortunate things that happened. If a switch happens, it makes no sense at first. It's probably because the Pokemon has a move that will kill. But it's not like even an AI thing though, because like this is like fucking playing, like it's not like it was playing chess. It was just pure chance that this Moltres had color change and that I was gonna use a water type move on it with a fire type Pokemon to change it into a water. You know what I mean? It's just fucking fate at that point that Arcanine was destined to fucking die. It was not allowed to live. Hello, Loggo, how's it going? I can't believe you're awake after yesterday. Hell yeah, why not? You guys don't want me here? I can leave if you want. No saving it? No, exactly. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever doing a Nuzlocke again though. I'll do a randomizer. I'm fine with that, but I don't think I can do another Nuzlocke. It's so fucking stressful. Randomizes, but you also make typing random. That could be quite funny, but I don't think I could keep track of what fucking type is what. I would like struggle so badly. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Brad. How's it going? I forgot that they had a fucking Moltres. What a pain. Gun to my head to name resistances, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, I was using a website where I could put the typings in, and it would show me. One of my other biggest issues is I keep forgetting that Gengar is fucking Poison Ghost. So I'm sat there wondering, I'm so confused. Why is Psychic doing so much damage? What the fuck? Why does water resist steel rust? I don't know, bro. I didn't make the game. I don't know what we want to do today. I was thinking, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking maybe Sky. I haven't candle run in a bit, and I need to because there's the anniversary is coming up. Do it. Some Sky and chill. I know I said yesterday that I would probably I'd probably take the day off, but I was also considering why don't I just say fuck it and start the Deltarune Chapter 3 stuff today. Because I will probably, if I'm continuing my, like, run the way I want to, I'm probably gonna have to kill the knight. Or beat it. And I ain't gonna lie, that fight looks really fucking hard. And I struggled with Jevil a wee bit, so... Punching a bird counts as a resistance? It's you deserve a break after finishing the Nuzlocke, thank you. Appreciate it. During the Pokemon Jeopardy thing, you made the comment about using Gengar against Mewtwo, and I said Psychic was super effective. I told you, I keep fucking forgetting about it. I keep forgetting about the poison part, bro. I would have said another Ghost-type Pokemon, but the theme was like, oh, we were doing like a Gen 1 thing, so, you know. All of the Gen 1 Ghost Pokemon, all 3 of them. Inside me. The night will be easier than Jevil Baptism. I have a feeling it's not. So yeah. Maybe we do the Deltarune Chapter 3 another day. Because I was like thinking, oh, maybe I'll do it off stream, but then I'm like, okay, no, but you guys are probably gonna want to watch me suffer through the night, right? Hangout exclusive. Ugh. I will say something though. If people start backseating me on how to kill the fucking knight without me asking, or to deal with moves without me asking, I will crash out and I will probably make it something like that. Can't be bothered with that type of shit. I was fine with the Pokemon backseat thing because I asked for it and I, for the love of God, needed it, but... Don't get hit. Might need to learn Deltarune to take a backseat. What's stopping you from backseating regardless of knowing what you're talking about? Backseaters will have to dodge. Yeah, I probably will want the egg backseat. Probably for both 3 and 4. If they're not obvious, because I think I found the first one and the second one. No. Yeah, I found the first and second one on my own when I played it the first time. I'm pretty sure I did not find the third one when we played it the first time. Dude, all ears was ridiculous though. Like actually, fucking ridiculous. Like what a fucking perk, bro. We do need to play some Hunt at some point as well. Since they just fucking... This event at least is really long, like, but still. You want me to let hearts run out before yours? Thanks for the advice, guys. Appreciate it. Why is my Steam not open? Hello, Boyka. How's it going? Should I be free of the curse of work and back to normal 20? Tell your work to hire me. I'll get some done too. Time to start a new list of games? Don't say that. I still have a bunch of the detective games that you guys suggested that I would eventually like to get through. Ghost. We can chat while I do this in the background. Doodle is in 7 minutes. There's a red shed landing in an hour. Okay. Perfect sky music, eh? Also, let me put on a do not disturb spell. I've had people just joining me lately. I need to... Oh, lot of rose. Oh, lot of rose. No, don't do that. Oh, they fixed it. It doesn't just automatically, like, bring you there. But Cannibal Corpse to play fishing minigames, it's the best atmosphere. I mean, this is no Cannibal Corpse, like, but... I suppose. The audio is bugged. I have to open up the screen to make sure my audio settings don't reset. It's so annoying. You think of the new village setup? I like the new aviary. I can understand there's a lot of people complaining about it on the Discord. People are fucking pissed. Why is it lagging? Excuse me. There are people that are fucking annoyed as fuck about it, but I like it. I think it's cozy. I think it's very cozy. I like it a lot. I mean, I usually used aviary anyway. People complain that the old home has been hidden away, basically. I have a feeling they want to get rid of old home. And they're just trying to transition into making this similar to old home. US heatwave coming this week? 38 degrees to 41 degrees in a bunch of places. That's okay, you guys have AC, right? So everything is fine. This week, I might not be streaming Thursday. I'm not too sure yet. Because I have an appointment during stream time. Ba-da-ba-bum. Animal Crossing will save them. Some of us have AC. Well, if you don't have AC, just get AC, you know? Isn't this the argument that you guys use for us? Just buy it. Just fucking get it, dude. Just install it right now. Once it goes over 75 in the office... What's 75? Thank you for the lyric gem. Best of luck with your cultures. Oh. Honestly, microbiology is kind of fun. I will not lie, it's a little fun. The rooms tend to stink though. If you're not working in a actual like fume cupboard or whatever. Like, I forget what the other one is called. $23? Oh, okay. Yeah, 23 isn't the worst, I guess, without AC. Alright. I have 100 candles, but don't let that fool you because there's currently a traveling spirit group, and I'm pretty sure there's a traveling spirit coming this Thursday as well. So I'm fucking crying. Okay, let's see. Also, I have 200 wing light now. I have 12 wings, it's great. My own fault, really? PC heats the room? And the sun is just a mess, it's rough. I mean, you kind of need your PC though, right? To do your work, so... Why is the audio so quiet? Shut eyes. I'm choking on his midnights. I will fight. Don't break down in front of me. Don't need this PC, but then how would I watch stream? I'm gonna get my pistachios? Oh my god. Okay, but if you get too uncomfortable, you know, make sure to fucking turn it off. It's okay, it's not the end of the world. Did the other one go through? Ah, there we go. Your fan starts making clicking noises, check that a wire hasn't wandered in. A wire? Isn't the best thing that, like, to do when a machine starts making noises is just hit it and then it stops making noises and then you don't have to worry about it ever again? I had a bug fly into it. I've thankfully not had to really deal with many bugs. Earlier this year, I kept getting wasps in every so occasionally. It was really weird. Like, I was like confused as to why they were like coming in through the tiny, like, it's like my window is open the tiniest bit, and I was like, how are you guys managing to get through here? And it's not that I necessarily have a problem with them personally, but fucking huge. But it's like, because I'm like, oh, they'll probably find their way out eventually, but Ghost goes for them. And I'm like, okay, no, we're not having a vet visit because you got stung by a wasp, bro. Your mini PC overheated today? Oh, that's not good. Giant flies? They love your room? Do you think it's because of whatever potentially died in your walls? Hello, Ray. My window's going okay. How's yours going? I didn't get to answer your inquiry today because I had every intention to, but I had shit to do while I was lurking. But the best trope is enemies to lovers, and I won't hear anyone else say anything different because you're just wrong. Hope that helps. That thing decayed a while ago. Maybe they like that it's warm. Would it not be warmer outside in the sun? Silly flies. What's your favorite example of enemies to lovers? Okay. Can I give a headcanon? Because I don't think the books that I read are safe for stream. to put it bluntly. I have a headcanon with Prometheus and Mel that it's totally enemies to lovers. They're gonna add an update later that you can romance Prometheus. Enemies to LARPers? Shut the fuck up, Brad. Potter and Draco. Is that headcanon or is that truth though? Enemies to lovers? Yes! The flies mostly at night, and they're gonna be like really fucking loud. Have you considered maybe being able to get like a net for your window or something? Maybe that will help. So you can keep it open and have the breeze come in and whatnot, but keep all the unwanted creepy crawlies out. Don't know how I feel about Melbury. Listen, I'm just a connoisseur, okay? And I don't have any other better examples, and I think like things people know, I guess. I guess if I were to go to more kind of popular literature, maybe ACOTAR with the Fair and what's his face for Sand, but can I be real with you guys? I think I don't like ACOTAR. I think the author of ACOTAR can't write very well. There was potential for a decent story, but I think the author is just... I've seen a lot better stuff on AO3. You can't think of a single example. For me, it's just like that thing, like, because you've asked for an example, everything that I have every media I've consumed where there's enemies to lovers, I have forgotten. It's gone out of my head, you know. Windows fully net, did they get in from the rest of the house? Oh, I see. You're gonna have to net your door as well, I guess. This is such good Sky music, bro. You guys didn't even finish burning the bottom plant. Why are you burning the top plant? Mel and Nemesis? I wouldn't consider Mel and Nemesis like enemies. I think just Nemesis was just a little bit bitchy. Projecting on Mel a wee bit. I don't think they were enemies ever. Nasus and Azir? Wouldn't it be Azir and Xerath? What? Who's LARPing now, bro? I did not remember any sweat. I don't know what you're talking about. Do not look in my fucking Kindle library. If I can think of a better example, you'll be the first person I come to. The one hockey gay drama series was popular a couple of months ago. Oh, wait, I think I know the one you're talking about. Does that have like the word rivals in it or something? I can't remember. Heated Rivalry, yeah, that's it. I didn't watch that, but I heard a lot about it. Right, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Thank you very much for that. Sauron is Pippi? Pippin? Alright, I was gonna say, who the fuck is Pippi? Pippin? Okay. So if we're just headcanoning things, then I suppose it's like, you know, a bit easier to say. Marvel Rivals? Yeah, that was it. I apologize for what I'm about to do. But at the end of the day, you brought this on yourself. Your partner watching it and she enjoyed it? Yeah. Helen League at one point? At all points. Enemies to lovers. There's probably anime about that, right? That I probably watched. I can't remember. As I said, it's one of those things, it's like someone stops you on a street and they tell you name every color and you're like, I don't even know what a color is, because it just, you know, your brain kind of short circuits and you're very like, shit. What's just a childhood friend? Oh my god. Tears have left a blur that I can't explain. Message got buried. Oh, sorry, I missed it. When I hear reaction is kissed, enemies to lovers arc in the old Square JRPG called the Bahamut Lagoon. The main character's designated love interest leaves him for a freshly faced turned former enemy. Unlucky. The thing is with enemies to lovers, I don't mean like, you know, oh, they call me a few names and it's a little bit bantery type shit. I mean like enemies to lovers, you know. Enemies is the important part. And it needs to be slow burn too. You can't just kiss and make up after 2 minutes. Fans of the games hate her? I see. The other woman. You redeem a bad guy just to have him steal your girl. Oh, it's the other man. Damn. Ah, I see. Slow burn in the descriptions. It depends on being one page as it be a. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the cakes are in fucking Wasteland. Whatever. Whatever, Major Loser. It's not for everyone, you know, everyone has their own tastes. I don't know what kind of tropes you guys personally like. I hate the misunderstanding one. That one grates my gears. Don't piss me off. She says that she watched both seasons of Kimi ni Todoke. The ability to communicate misunderstanding is probably my least favorite trope. Shit is infuriating. It's the worst shit ever. Face turns. I love bad guys joining forces with the good guys and getting redeemed. Oh, I see. That's a pretty good one. That's a very, like... It's kind of a fun one that you see happen in certain games and animes as well. It's really entertaining. In my head, it comes to, like, I guess Kill la Kill in a way, even though they weren't really the bad guys, but they're seen as the main antagonist, you know, from the start. So maybe it doesn't really count, but, you know, it feels that way still. Do I have any... I do. I have one. Hello, Talset. How's it going? The comically serious? It's seldom done well. Yeah, no, I get that. That's very valid. You're doing alright, that's good to hear. But no, the misunderstanding, the fucking communication one is it pissed me off so much. I get so upset. Like, just say. Why you just say? No, what do you mean? Why you're assuming stuff? Oops. I'm swimming. It looks so silly. I don't know what other tropes I personally... Like, I would have to probably look at a bunch of different... a list of them. Okay, right, hear me out. Tropes tier list. Or is it something you've already done and I've forgotten about? How big would that be? Holy shit. You're a genius. Thank you. When are you available? I'll have to check. I think usually Saturdays are the best, right? Definitely not Thursday. I'm not available Thursday or Fridays. Thursday, specifically this Thursday. This Saturday? That's fine. I mean, we're in no rush. It can be done whenever. Next Saturday. I have to check the dates. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I don't think I'm gonna be available next Saturday if I'm remembering this correctly. Yeah, no, not. I can't be next Saturday. Wait, what? Wait, actually, wait. Let me double check. No, actually, next Saturday should be fine. Okay, I will do a little bit of promotion here, because why the fuck not? So, Autumn has a new debut day for her new model, and it is Saturday the 11th, which is next Saturday. Not this Saturday, the next Saturday. But it's at her usual stream time. So, Autumn doesn't usually stream on Saturdays, but she will be on this one for her new model, so... If I do stream next Saturday, it will probably be a shorter one to do the usual, you know, raid into her shenanigans. But yeah, that's what's going on. Hello, Autumn. How's it going? I didn't check the fucking viewer list. Oops. I hear you. That's okay. You're bound to anyway. Hello? There we go. She could be there for Autumn's thing. I'm sure there'll be a VOD for it. But it's her usual stream start time, so... You know, 7 PM my time, so I should be good to do a tier list with you in the morning. Do a tier list with you in the morning, do a short stream, and then we'll go and say hello to Autumn for her model debut. You guys know me. I love debuts, and of course, Autumn's is no exception. If it is an exception, it's just that I'm exceptionally more excited. There's gonna be lore, guys. She's gonna have a lot of shiny new things, but there's gonna be lore too. I'm gushing? No, I'm gushing. Hope you're doing well, lovely. Hello, Clarinets. How's it going? Holy shit, that works? Damn. Oh. It disappeared. Working on paperwork? I hope that your paperwork goes smoothly. I've already seen some of the stuff, so I know you guys will love it. Hello, Caps. How's it going? So yeah, if you were not made aware, next Saturday, not this Saturday, Saturday the 11th, Autumn is having her debut with her shiny new model and shiny new emotes and overlays and lore. And if you forget what time it is, it's like a 7 PM, like, what was it, just like, EST or... Yeah, EST. No, 2 PM EST, 7 PM my time. Sorry, 2 PM, what the fuck am I talking about? But if you forget, it's all good, I will just raid into her, so... we can go together. Yeah. How's it going, Caps? that's interesting. You fly up at the top, you don't get the cutscene. Cool. Welcome back, Lychee. Good job at work today. Big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice. Come on. You can do it. I guess we can't do it. Never mind. We'll just go the normal way. Boo. Where's our... Okay, Village Dreams. Valley missions today. Thank you for the self-care check, Ray. Oh, I'm so eepy. I'm sorry to hear you had a rough week. I do hope it gets better for you. Holy shit. We're chilling, we're chilling. How's the affirmation? I deserve to have the cool friends that I do. Yeah. This is basically burnt. Might as well finish it off. Never mind. The vines just... Okay, never mind. Never mind. They just exploded anyway. Okay. Wait, hard. Oh, because it's... I'm not doing all that. What an original sinner. I don't want all these hard ones, bro. Fine. I had a fun talk with my bosses. Performance review for my 2 months of being in charge. Everyone's very happy. Budget's not finalized yet, so no raise. Bro. Do you need me to come talk to them? I'll have a word. Made it pretty clear I understand the company's not doing too hot, but that better be a temporary thing, because I'm doing a lot more now. Yeah, no. You're so valid for that. Proud of you for being firm with them. What the fuck? Okay, maybe don't threaten them that way. That might not work out as well, but you know. Find an original song. It's a 20-year-old startup. 20 years old. Is that like young, or I figured that'd be pretty old for a startup. Are we all gonna go have a chat with the Ray's workplace? That's ancient? Oh, I see. That's not good. They shouldn't be a startup anymore. That's an end up, not a startup. With the missionary man. With the missionary man. Worked at a company that pretended it was a small business with 1,000 people. And 1,000 is not small, I take it. I don't know. I don't know things. So... Hello, Cal. How's it going? Oracle is a small indie company with 100,000 plus employees. You know, you guys are popping all these numbers out, and then some people make jeers at me and get annoyed when I call myself like a small VTuber. So now I'm starting to think maybe they're right and I am being a bit... I don't know what the term is I'm looking for. Silly when I say that. You're average? I don't think I'm average. Hello, Beaker. Thank you for the like. Like, don't get me wrong. I know, like, a fair few people do stop by my stream and say hello, but it's... I think the key point when it comes to at least this context, it's about consistency. And I don't think I have consistency. Nice. Good job with the work art. Very proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice. And if you do, don't tell us about it, because I've been craving those fucking... I have never even tried creme brulee. I don't even know what it tastes like, but those cookies look fucking good yesterday, okay? Purely by CCV, you're top 1%? I mean, that's the same for most people, though. I feel... Well, I suppose 1% is 1% at the end of the day. But the thing is like, what you've got to consider in those numbers is how many channels are botted, like channels, how many channels are just simply dead channels and all that type of shit, you know what I mean? Consistently awesome. Thank you, Autumn. Actually, you know what I crave? I crave like a short bread biscuit, like a butter biscuit. Not specifically short bread, but you know what I'm talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't have consistency? No, I mean, not even... I wasn't talking about like me personally. I just mean like in terms of if we're looking at typical streamer values. You know what I mean? I do my best to try to be consistent with my, you know, all the stuff that goes on in the background that you guys don't really know about. I still think there's a lot that can be improved on my side of things. We show up and chat and stuff. I was never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but I think it's one in poor taste. The channels don't count. The stats for channels are streamed at least once in the past 30 days. So theoretically, what about like could that take into account all of the new channels that get made? They stream once, they find it's not for them, and then it's like rinse and repeat every at least once a month. Oh God, please, it's this okay. You know. Yeah, talk about that. I know when to be quiet, which goes to, you know, is a skill when it comes to VTubers, considering a lot of them don't know when to be quiet. I have a feeling like it's a cycle, if that makes sense. Like every month we'll have a similar amount of people that decide, you know what, the streaming stuff looks like a good way to earn money. They have their first stream, they have like no viewers, and then it's like, well, never mind. Rinse and repeat for a bunch of other people, you know what I mean? There's also the people that come back and forth. And as I said before, the people that have more than one channel and all of the fucking bots. It's I wonder how many, like, what the numbers are like on the botted accounts, honestly. That would be interesting to see. I guess, and what I'm trying to defend is in the context of me and who I surround myself with, or I am surrounded by in my personal environment. You know what I mean? I don't feel average or big or anything like that. But it seems to hit, when people like me say that, it seems to hit a bit of a sore point for people who see themselves in the same category, but when they compare themselves, they're, you know, if we look at it from a numbers perspective, are smaller, if that makes sense. So like, if I give more specifics, there's like, I told you recently about the alien isolation thing. There's a lot of opportunities like that I don't get considered for because I am not deemed good enough, you know what I mean? Not big enough. Like a lot. When it does come to sponsorships options, I'm also not big enough for them to give me anything that is supposed to be what, because there is the Zach guy, you know, that you all see post about Twitch on Twitter. He broke it down how you calculate kind of if you're looking for a serious sponsorship, this is what you should be ideally using to calculate how much they should be paying you minimum. So I'm still small enough that I will consistently get, you know, people just asking for things for free or, you know, lowballing the fuck out of me. All that type of shit, you know? Which, I guess it sounds, at the end of the day, it sounds very petty because it's like, it's just whatever. But if I were to look into this as something serious, you know? So when you take in all of the kind of the context, I still feel like I'm pretty small. I was gonna use the term insignificant, but I feel like people would probably beat me for that. 0.78. Jesus wept. You compare yourself to me because you want to be better? Oh, no one should be comparing themselves to me. I'm a fucking mess. That's very sweet of you, though. Sorry, I know. Just accept the damn compliment, Hal. Oh, that crab was coming for my ass. Getting paid in exposure, yeah. I know it probably comes across as a very entitled thing to expect payment for certain things, but the way I see it is you're taking... These people, what happens is they actively request certain things. They have deliverables. They come to your account and they, you know, if it's people that are just like, hey, I've got a game releasing, here's a key if you're interested, you know, then it's like, oh, that's cool, that's very sweet of you. But a lot of the time I will have people in my emails come to me with a game and like they'll be like, there are deliverables, you need to do this. And I'm like, okay, well, if there's deliverables, then, you know, what's the compensation for these deliverables? You want me to stream like between 2 to 4 hours for this? Like, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? So hello, Brit Boy, how you doing? After your gauntlet run? After our gauntlet run, what are you talking about? You guys really fucking helped the living shit out of me, so... Comparison do be the enemy of a lot of things, yeah... But like, this is what I'm just trying to say. I'm trying to explain to you guys why I feel the way I'm not trying to be humble. I'm not looking for attention or anything like that. I'm not looking for affirmation when it comes to this. I'm just simply trying to explain to you guys why I feel the way I do. And it's not just a numbers thing. It is about the environment that I'm in as well. But take into consideration. So I hope that helps shed a little bit of light. Up. It's not that I'm particularly soured by these things either. This is just how it goes in this industry. I feel like that's where probably a lot of people start to get a kind of animosity growing, is when they see, oh, you're not really taken seriously. And to be fair, even sometimes when you have the bigger stats, you're still not taken as seriously as you should be, but at least in my experience, people will never take you seriously. Pragmatic? What does pragmatic mean? I feel like I used to know what that means. I hope I'm not getting anyone down either. I'm trying to be very not deprecative, just simply stating facts. Was I supposed to... Always assuming the worst? I thought that was pessimistic. A fan of Pragmata? I believe that. That's the Pragmata. I need to wave. Hello? Can I wave at you? Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Fucking table. Practical, utilitarian, realistic. Yeah, that's what I do try to be, because I feel like if you're not, especially when you do things like this, you're gonna really tank your mental health, and I can't afford that. I can't afford to be doing that. I don't have the mental health to be doing that, you know? And when it comes to this channel, a lot of people, no matter, you know, again, how small I feel, there are quite a few people that have put their, not trust, but they put their own time, their own effort, and even their own, like, money into wanting to see certain things come to life, and I don't ever want to disappoint those people. So it's better to play it safe and be realistic and make sure you know, or I know my place personally, so I don't get in my own head and I don't cause problems and have, you know, frequent mentee bees. There probably have been instances where I have said or done something or not done something that is disappointed people that I don't even know about, but just know it's never intentional. You guys are as fucking disgustingly soppy as this sounds. I'm so sorry. You guys are like one of the biggest reasons I want to keep trying my best when it comes to this hobby. How am I gonna get that? I'm fucking... no. Okay, I'm just gonna have to charge up a wee bit here. You can never disappoint, I hope not. It's very sweet of you to say, and I do appreciate it, but I can imagine that there are instances where I have done that. Alright, why is this fucking light? Get here, you. As depressing as these talks are, I like having them. Because I hope in a way that you guys are learning that as platonically and as non-parasocially as possible, I do value you guys a lot. Despite how I might come across. Expectations are difficult to deal with. Yeah. Especially your own. Well, you know, it's a very well-known thing that we are all a little bit harder on ourselves usually. It's different thing for everyone. So I'm naturally optimistic, pessimistic. You come out at taking a rational approach about the whole thing. Especially in a healthy way, since you realize it's the best for your own self. Yeah, that's all it is really. It's just identifying what you need and how you work best, and that's why I feel like I guess you know I think you've just like lit something in my brain. I always say that I am pessimistic, but I think it's just because I guess I'm trying my best to be rational, and there might be a little bit of pessimism in there, but that's just because of my circumstances. I think. I feel like you guys are probably like, wow, you like to blame a lot on your circumstances. If I could explain it to you safely, I would, but okay, I thought I fucked it up. It's not something that is possible for me, and I'm aware it's something that you guys are just gonna have to trust me on, that I'm not just talking out my ass, but it's taken me a long time to kind of realize that not the entire fault and some of the reasons in why I am the way I am is not mine, but external factors. That's basically what the therapy was that I have been receiving all of these years and whatnot has basically done for me. Because I've always felt that if you don't blame yourself or look to see what you can do about it yourself or how you can fix it yourself, then you know you're just making excuses and you're not taking any accountability, which I would never want to come across as ever doing. I think accountability is super important, but sometimes you know you need to not let that cloud your judgment too much of yourself, if that explains it correctly. Not everything, you know, even if it feels like it, is necessarily an excuse. It's just how it is. It's what's happened. It's what's caused something, you know what I mean? And it's okay to realize that it was not necessarily your fault or as a result of you directly. Parasocially, I cherish your hands in my mouth. You can have them. They're all yours. So what if you disappoint someone that's still parasocial? What do you mean? What, them being disappointed is parasocial, or me disappointing them is parasocial? Oh, 2 different messages? Oh, sorry. I can't read. Some people don't know me well enough, though, so that's why I feel like maybe I should talk about this occasionally so people are aware. You know what I mean? But it's nice to know that people that have been around a while have gotten to know the kind of person that I am. I don't want to give the wrong impression or anything. Yeah, exactly, Art. It is being able to differentiate a situation where it was your fault or it wasn't your fault, or something that you caused or something you didn't cause, or something that affected you, as you know, etc., etc. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Oh wait, what the fuck? Where was the dancing performer? Hopefully in the fucking Village of Dreams, but it doesn't say Village of Dreams. This is Bali. I didn't check where this mission was. Okay, it wasn't the... Okay, alright, that's fine. Do you guys think that the term parasocial is something that has a set definition of a set, like, sorry, not a definition, but a set line? Or do you think it's all up to depending on the person? Like very, what's the term I'm looking for? I'm looking for a term. I think it's being misused. In what way? We don't think at all? God, I wish. Am I misusing it? And don't worry, you can say yes. I'm not gonna get... You know, I'm not that kind of person that's gonna be fucking... I told you guys to always hold me accountable if I do anything stupid. There's a certain level of parasocial behavior we do here on part of chat and streamer. I mean, I've always figured that, you know, like that's a thing, but it's like... Maybe the way that I use it is supposed to term the more extreme cases, rather than the general, that there's a general baseline of what happens in a stream regardless. But I feel like even then it can kind of get wishy-washy, because certain people expect different things depending on what, you know, the stream is and whatnot. Like the LARP term. Oh, fuck. I think there's a shard that just fell. You hate the new meaning? I think the new meaning is more like just describing you as a phony or something, right? It's quite broad and very flexible. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I still forget the term I'm trying to use it. Normal levels of it, yeah. I think people tend to use the term parasocial when specifically referring to the what is most seen. I want to say most seen because not everyone sees these as being extremely toxic levels. I'm saying it's very person dependent. So yeah, where the oh, okay. Every time she says I want to commit a war crime. I like, yeah, but the thing is, the term LARPs to her makes me fucking giggle. It's so stupid. No. No, but okay, I get what you guys mean. I thought like I was using it horrendously wrong, but no. I think I understand what you guys are saying. I think, yeah, parasocial, I think people usually use the term to be oh my god, I can't speak to. They're using the term as a descriptor for the more extreme cases, which is something that, you know, you don't want to be encouraging on a stream ever. I think people don't realize that there can be a level where it's healthy. But there is a line and there is boundaries you have to very explicitly show. But also there gets to a point where you can no longer baby someone if they are consistently breaching these boundaries and just saying, oh, this is like, you know, normal for me and whatnot. It's just like, okay, go away, bye-bye. Oh, well. Quoting the summary, okay. Parasocial interaction, the imaginary engagement a person experiences with a media figure during media consumption. Parasocial relationship, ongoing one-sided emotional connection that develops from these repeated interactions. Okay, yeah, so I think in this description then, people are using parasocial to specifically describe the latter explanation, right? Thank you for the lurk, Din, and thank you for the 85 stream streak. Right? Am I getting that right? But here's where it gets a bit, again, wishy-washy, because it's not that I'm completely unaware of everyone's existence in here. I'm not big enough for that, nor would I be like that if I were ever big enough for it, you know what I mean? But with that, and I think that's a little parasocial of me, isn't it, really? Right? But I've never really seen a problem with just having general conversations with people. You know what I mean? The troublesome cases. That's a good way to put it. The troublesome cases. But I think, yeah, but it's also, yeah, I get you. Because I was thinking as well about the lead up to those troublesome cases where it starts to become apparent that something problematic is going to happen. I mean, this is why I say, like, you guys should never treat me like some sort of god being or anything like that. I am, at the end of the day, I'm a LARPing aside. I am another human being just like you guys. Unless any of you guys watching are not human beings, you know. I've probably come across you in any ranked game of any game I play. Anyway, I'm not making that joke. That was a stupid bit. But, I don't want to be seen as someone like that. I don't want to be... But like, as well, on the other end of that, I'm not your friend. I'm sorry to say. I'm not your guys's... I don't know you. I mean, I do, but I don't, you know what I mean? And obviously everyone has different definitions for what a friend is, but I don't know you guys. And I have no... There's never an intention for me to be like that, because that's... maybe you guys don't see it as a bad thing, but for me it is, because it's all about power and hierarchy as well. Because the general kind of stigma for it would be... I could very much more make friends a lot easier through my connection as being a streamer. Even though, you know, I'm not necessarily an all-powerful streamer, there is still a power difference. And I need to be respectful and responsible with that. So, I'm sorry for anyone that didn't want to hear this. If you come in here with the intention of being my friend, that's not going to happen. I apologize. If it does eventually happen, like for whatever other reasons, like that's how it's just what it is. But I've never, you know, come in here and being like, okay, I'm gonna make friends with these guys today, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? That might make me an asshole to in some people's eyes. But that's just how it is. Whether you like it or don't, I have a responsibility to be responsible. I cannot abuse this power. I cannot take advantage of the power difference. So, today I learned to have parasocial interactions a lot of days because I interact with the fictional character Hell and hallucinate along with a bunch of other people of her existence. Wait, what do you mean hallucinate? Wake up. Wake up, Rip Boy. You gotta wake up. Wake up. You've been sleeping for 10 years. Wake up. You think I'm cool? I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. That's good enough. Until I do something that was uncool. Hello.
Topic moved on a while back, but I do want to say that you're really cool, like one of the coolest people I know, and you have many qualities I would love to possess, qualities I genuinely admire. So stop talking yourself down. You're too cool for that.
Imagine, because like there's been a few instances of where the TTS cuts out in some of the longer messages. Imagine if it had cut out when it just said stop talking. That would have been so fucking funny. And the too cool reminds me of the fucking, anyone here watch like Camp Rock and it's like, I'm too cool for you. You think you're hot, but I'm sorry you're not. This got stuck in my head. Ray, thank you so much for the 500 bits. What the fuck? You didn't have to do that, but that's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the very lovely message. Don't worry about the topic. Moving on. Shit happens and we get a little, it's a little bit messy in here anyway. Who needs chronology and order when you're this much of a mess? Okay, I'm sorry. Don't yell at me. It was a joke. Guys, Ray thinks I'm cool. Hahaha. Haha. What? It's crazy. I've been called cool twice in the space of like 10 minutes. How sick is that? You guys jealous? Streamer is cool, confirmed. And not a dork. Sorry, I need to focus on this a little bit. This is the one where you need to collect as much light as you can because it does give you more wax. And I'm hoping it doesn't crash. Because the past few times I've done this race, it keeps crashing. I don't know why. But no, that's very sweet. And the feeling is very mutual, Ray. And I hope you don't think I'm just saying this because, you sent a very lovely message, because I'm not the type of person to do that. I, in general, and this is maybe not necessarily just applying to Ray, in general, I have a lot of friends that I'm surrounded by that have a lot of qualities that I'm very envious of. I'm extremely envious of them. I maybe don't make it obvious and I don't talk about it because I think it's a bit feels a bit weird. I don't want to make people uncomfortable, but there are a lot of qualities that I do not have that other people do that I am very, very envious of. So I completely relate to it. I'm not too sure of, me personally, but no, I do appreciate it, Race. Thank you so much. The healthy and natural way it happens is kind of like there'll be expectations that happen naturally or a certain level of connection in that stream scenario. For example, chatters can have with the streamer also has with our chat community. One chatter with another. Certain levels will always be things one feels in the scenario, but the factual part is pretty much no one here knows each other, so it ends up being the definition of parasocial. Yeah! Exactly. We have our like funny bits, we have our reoccurring jokes, we have some of us might have like kind of rituals when you come into the stream and all that sort of shit. And by definition, Art is right. That's probably very parasocial, but it's not, I don't think it's unhealthy. I think it's very moderated, very, just yeah. Exactly, Cal. Very true. Lol. Oh wait, someone's doing the... Nice. Someone is doing the, Oh wait, they're doing another race? Wait, why is there a light over here? I shouldn't be in the race. I need to find the fucking spirit. They with a positive affirmation? Don't do that. I'm sick of them. Pretty sure you're a dork? Fuck you, Winter. Casual social interaction. Hell, what? Me? Wait, what? What? What'd I do? What? Did I do something wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong. Thank you. I did thank me. Who is doing this race? Get me out, bro. I got spirits to get. Who do I need to get? Dancing performer. Brochacho, where? Oh, you pinned our bromance? Yeah, no worries. Alright. I don't know why I was put in that race again, but that's annoying. Wait, did I get... No, okay. Alright, where the fuck is the spirit that I need? Oh, is that you? No, you're the Yeti. Do you? No, you're the postman. Bro, what is a spirit? Oh. I like these conversations I can have with you guys. I have to pick your brains a little bit and learn some new things. Any chance I get to talk to you is good, thanks. I'm not very good at talking. Was that it? Sick. I haven't been in a very talkative mood lately, honestly. I'm usually very, I'm very, grateful for this. I'm the recipient of a lot of messages and whatnot, but I feel really bad if I can't give them my all. Sometimes I have to leave them and respond another day, but every time I feel really guilty about it. Hope no one picks my brain with the intention of finding something. All they're gonna find is sugar. Social media, for example, say someone starts talking to you in a grocery store, commenting on this you posted in the past, places you visited, and you have no idea who the person is. That would be very scary, honestly. So, okay, so we're wanting 131. Hello, Robbie, how's it going? Oh, honestly, not bad considering we haven't done our cake. This close to redeeming a punishment wheel? I mean, that's your points you're wasting. Oh, well, there is one anyway. Speed doodle. Okay. Let me know what you want and whatever you wanted, I guess. Unlucky Chucky. Elboza. Like an old car moving on a fuck ton of grass. fuck? I still have doodles to do. I have the elephants to do and the pregnant elephant too. And I was also working on not really a commission, but a commission. Let's just call it that. Guys, what do you think of my sky kid? It's pretty cute, right? Look at this. Look at this outfit. Boom. We are beige maxing. Oh, yay! The plants burned. Means I don't have to sit in the murky water and burn them myself. I'm down. Save my points now. I get to 1 million before Okami is just. Why are you doing a sprint? Dude, that would be devastating. Cause, well, maybe we might look out. Maybe, okay, maybe the game is voice acted. You never want to have social media accounts? It's very fair. I mean, I have had cases of more serious issues like that, but they are not for discussing here. So I completely understand your fear. Can I pay them to not voice act it? Please, no. I love reading, but I hate reading out loud. I fumble over my words too much. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Ends up being a PS exclusive. I redeem 1 week cat mode. If not, I get free stickers. Fair enough. Hello, Steven. How's it going? Mr. Captain. There will probably be games that I will not play when if cat mode, the week-long cat mode gets redeemed. Anything reading heavy, I don't think I'll be able to do it because I'll keep forgetting or I'll fuck up the words. Speaking of stickers, looking forward to getting a crow shirt. You got a shirt? I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Gotta keep the text. Character says random bullshit to keep it faithful. We'll see. We'll see. I just really hope they don't fuck things up. We pray. We do pray. I'm genuinely so excited. I don't even have the nostalgia factor with Okami. As I've said time and time again though, I do imagine that if it was a game I played when I was younger, I would definitely be in the same boat as a lot of the other Okami fans in here. It's such a good game. Switch 2 is very possible, you think? I thought it was a PlayStation game originally. That would really be fucked. Ugh. I see my firstborn die in my hands. Oh no. Please don't see me. Thank you. No worries, Ray. Thank you for the lurk. Best of luck with the documents tomorrow. Appreciate you stopping by. Get plenty of good rest. Good night. It was released to the PlayStation 2, the Wii, the PlayStation 3, the remaster, yeah. After Bayonetta 3, I have little belief in Hideki. What's wrong with Bayonetta 3? Don't spoil it, actually. I want to play Bayonetta. I have, the games in my library. Thanks to... I think Block gifted me them. So I do want to play them eventually. I mean, Hideki's a bit of a prick anyway, isn't he? Abandon Twitter. Because he's a prick. Okay, we're not getting a rocket or anything. Bayonetta 1 and 2 got a nice start in gameplay, and 3 they decided to change everything? Oh. Is it more of a personal thing? Or is it like a lot of people felt the same way? I mean, of course I would give it a go if I enjoy the first game that I play. I'm probably gonna give it a go if I get that far, but... You guys know me, I like to give everything a chance. It's not a big sample? Okay. Yeah, I'll probably give it a go. I think the only case of where I haven't given something a go is DMC2. Because there were so many people that were just advising against it. And thank God I didn't, because honest to fucking God, it would have ruined my life. The drawing mechanics? There's no way, right? That's like Okami's bread and butter. Hello, Jinx. How's it going? It's not bad. It's unmemorable and dry. It looks like a slog. It looks like a horrific slog. I can really clearly envision the amount of frustration and annoyance that I would have had going through that game. Woke up and got straight to work. Best of luck with your work today. Pretty easy gameplay wise. It looks just so frustrating though. I want to treat all of guys here. Okay, whatever. Just fly there manually. Thanks for putting me on in the background. I appreciate it. You forgot that you played it? That's crazy. Wow. I think there might have been instances of games that I forgot that I played. Tell you a game I didn't forget that I played, Bullet Witch. Talking about Bayonetta reminds me of that game. I wish it had gotten a decent port to Steam. It has one, it's just not good at all. It's pretty bad actually. I really like that game. It was such a cool premise. They should really remaster it, I think. There's probably not really a crowd there for it, but... There's some games you wish you could forget so you could experience them again. A lot of people say that about Outer Wilds, don't they? We still have to play that game. It's a very good game. I think the fans of the game can get a little fucking much about it. Like don't get me wrong, it's very valid to be very excited and passionate about it, but I think like especially with some of the pushing I received to play it was like, okay, calm down. Soured my experience a wee bit. Red Dead Redemption 2, I still haven't finished that. Old Minecraft on the list? Expedition 33, I haven't played that yet. Deltarune? I mean, Deltarune isn't finished yet, so... Maybe Undertale. Undertale was such an experience for me. It's such a core memory. Such a core memory. Outer Wilds is definitely better to be enjoyed in little chunks rather than all in one, though. Unless you're really that into it. But like with the exploration stuff and the, you know, certain things is just it can get a bit like overwhelming, and it's better to. Oh, there we go. It's just better to you know, be a bit more casual about it. I did it like all in one stream, and I wish I hadn't, because I was just getting frustrated. How long is it approximately? What, Outer Wilds? See, Outer Wilds is... Without spoiling, it can be a very different experience for literally everyone. And I know that sounds really wishy-washy and probably not as specific as you were looking for. But if you really want to, like, you need a deep no-life dive, then you probably have a good time with Outer Wilds. There's a lot to explore. Hello, Randall. How you doing? If you're looking for a very long game or something like that, then you would probably have a really good time with it. But for me, I was just getting a bit tired and frustrated because I had done it. I think it was during a thon, so I was just playing it. Similar to Resident Evil 7, when I played that, I played it all in one, and I wish I hadn't. It's basically a JRPG. It's there's a lot that you can do. And honestly, thinking outside of the box in this game is really good. Resident Evil 7 was good. I think, but the thing is for the longest time, I thought the fucking entire ship segment and stuff was so fucking annoying and useless, and I was just like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? And originally I was like thinking, oh, it's probably because I've done this whole entire fucking game in one day, and I'm probably not giving it the grace it deserves. But actually quite a few people share the same precedent as me, the same opinion, the same, why the fuck was this even a thing? Why what? Crazy. What can I do to make you feel you're wanted? So yeah, I felt a bit more assured that, you know, I wasn't alone in thinking, oh. So if you had Expedition 33, no, but I'm probably not gonna play it for a hot minute. It's out of all the games on my list, it's quite at the bottom. I know it's gonna be a long one. I'm still not sure if I would want to stream it even, or just play it on my own in my own time. Because I'm aware I have quite a few people in here that really, really love the game and will probably have a good time watching me play it. But also, it's a game that's gonna attract flies. You know what I mean? It's a game that's very good at attracting flies. The JRPGs are long. They tend to be quite on the longer side too. So if I get uninterested in any part of it, we might not finish it on stream. But it's the flies that bother me the most. And you know, it's like, well, you can kill the flies, but if it touches anything, you're gonna be upset, you know? If they land on your food, yeah, you can kill them, but they landed on your food, you know? I never played JRPG on streams. It's super long and story heavy. Honestly, if it's story heavy but it's voice acted, it's not the worst thing in the world. But especially if it's obviously, I know that Expedition 33 is voice acted. If it's not voice acted, you have to do a lot of reading. Hence, you know, Persona 5 is very on and off with its voice acting, which is why I stopped playing it on stream, because I just got. Again, I love reading, but reading out loud pisses me off. But it makes me happy that so many people enjoyed that game. It's nice to hear about people enjoying their experience of something. We might not have to do grandma, holy shit. I just realized I haven't even done fucking Vault. I don't even have to sit here and finish fucking Geyser. I would just go do Vault. I probably didn't even have to do Geyser at all. I probably won't even have to finish Vault. Holy shits. It drops on your birthday? Nice. I hope you guys have lots of fun with it. I still need to finish Royal, and then I'll go back and play the other Persona games. Don't hold me up, no, I don't need my whole world. There's so many games, but no games. There's so many games, but no games I want to play. We did what we were told. Are you gray? Bada bing, bada boom, we're gray. Did I 100% the missions? $98%. Oh, I know why. It's because I don't have this, but I will buy that later. You can buy those after they've gone. Oh dear me. It's nice that I can breathe, holy shit. I haven't decided what capes I want yet. They're all so fucking expensive. 63. Definitely want the music sheet. I've been collecting all of the music sheets. This one is nice too. Alright, I think I'm done with the sky, so maybe we can just chill with something else today. What are we feeling? Are we feeling more League or Overwatch or I don't know what other games I have that I can be playing. Oh dear. Deltarune, I can't because I have to fucking. Hi, Ghost. Hello. Your head is warm. Have you been on the window? Your head is so warm. Holy shit. Hey. Hey. What's your plan? You gonna go back to sleep? You're so tired, you've never slept before in your life. There we go. Okay. No, you can stay over there. Let's see. The heat is disgusting. It's 36? Oh, that's the worst. Oh, maybe you can get yourself like an ice cream or something. Let's do some... You guys can watch me play Overwatch. Why not? I haven't played Overwatch on stream in a while. I'll remove the category as well. The idea of giving my landlord an AC unit is running through my head. The sheer insanity of it keeps me on my toes. It would be... Do you think would it put you in the good books with your landlord? Would your landlord be like, yeah, let's go? You brought homework? Oh, thank you, Winter. What do you mean homework? Do you want to join? You're all free to join. Anyone that wants to play, that is a modder VIP. Holy shit, the Yoasobi Mizuki skin is actually pretty cool. Holy sh... I fucking logged onto the game and I got an endorsement. You'll there for you at some point for now. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Don't feel forced to join or anything. I would drop an anvil on my Pikachu. That's fair. That's very fair. Alright, let me go to this. We're gonna off. There we go. No worries, have fun with your Dark Tide. What? We'll do some mystery heroes because I hate myself.
Welcome to Paris.
Do a bit of a sound check. It's looking a little loud. The fuck? Go away, bro. Oh. I got Thanos.
Welcome to
Blizzard World. I hope we're... Okay.
Oh, can we ride the Hell Scream over here? Please, 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 please.
As long as I get paid. You got the demon on your side.
You got this? I don't know. My aim is pretty shocking. I probably need to just lower my sensitivity in this game. Oh, I can't. It needs to be like... Hello, Inactive. Welcome in. Thank you. I'm glad you like the model. What do I have? Okay, right, sick. Am I supposed to like flank? Is that what I do here? His little mascot? That's you guys, my little crows. Wait, what the fuck? I wasn't paying attention. 400 DPI of 4%? My DPI is like what, 3,600 and 9%? Probably still too high, but if I go lower, I'm just not used to it. Everyone is leaving. Oh great. I'm fucking Sigma. 3,000. It might be lower. I might be lying. I might have lowered it. Who wants a rock in their face? What? Oi! Rock.
This ends now.
I mean, I could check. Let me double check.
Not leave a broken world behind.
Winston reporting.
Sorry, my DPI is 3,250. I did lie. We got...
I won't let you fall. Taken down. Stand up straight.
I should probably throw the grenade there. Oops. It's okay, it's just random heroes. Oh my god. No, yeah, my sensitivity is pretty high, but it's what I'm used to. I don't like moving my hand, but I know that apparently for like, you know... This is probably why I'm fucking horrific at shooters, aside from my aim, is the sensitivity doesn't help, and if I lowered it, it's probably better.
What's up?
Gotta teach me your tricks.
Oh. I think she got hit by the outplay button. This one.
Like a gentle rain. They're targeting me.
I can't. You guys keep getting outplayed. Oh, hello. Oh.
Carried on the wind.
What am I? Oh, I'm stuck at a wall. I don't know this map, bro. I don't know any map.
Thanks. I'm here. Under my protection.
This isn't going well at all. I keep getting stuck on shit. Blizzard World attack is rough. Oh, great. I'm Junkrat. I don't have to aim, right? Oh.
This ends now. Eyes on the sky.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, Junkrat, bitch. It's gone for a few minutes now. We're in Overwatch. I finished Sky. I finished my dailies. So now you guys get to sit here and watch my lovely shooting. I have a Widowmaker.
A taste of poison.
Just throw that out there with my comp. Ow. Oh no, I had my ult! Oh bless you, I appreciate it, Jinx. I'm just surprised that people watching me play Overwatch, everyone just doesn't insta-leave and people do stick around. Not just because of the game, because you know, I mean, sometimes a game, even if you don't... even if you don't like the game, if the person is really good at the game, it's still quite entertaining to watch. There's someone over here. Yes.
Surrender to my will. Will not be claiming that one.
Okay, I got the Widow at least. Overwatch content? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Xion. Oh no. No. I'm sorry, Anna. Where am I? I don't even know where I am. Okay, right. I'm dead. The Cyberpunk girl, yeah. The big surprise you've been hiding from us? Oh, right. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what the big surprise is anymore. Like, do you mean like, oh no. I am Vendetta. Hey guys, hopefully you don't hear me just waltzing on over here. You do hear me. No! Roadhog! No! God damn it, Roadhog! Ah, shit. Oh no, Reinhardt. They putting me on all the uncomfy picks. Hi guys. Oh, there's fucking wall there. What the fuck? I just fucking go in. What? I keep fucking clipping on shit! Okay, right. I'm just here. I'm literally a bullet sponge, by the way. No! Are we on the payload? We are, okay. Okay, you know what? We won. That's all that matters. Holy shit. Tank? Oh lord, no. Just give him half a chance. I'll give him rob you if he can.
The barrier cannot withstand. My barrier is gone.
Oh god. This is where I keep getting stuck on all the terrain. Hey guys, I was in play of the game. On her red light. You're all infected, but you'll be alright. She's scumbag, don't you know? Hey, we won the game. I can't have been that hard to carry. She's scumbag, don't you know? Oh, my game was bugged. Just, if anyone is wanting to join, you just need to let me know. To the mods or VIPs. Bam 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 bam. I know you're trying not to listen. I kinda want the Jetpack Cat skin. I'm not sure though yet. I think for the mythic for this season, I'm probably gonna get maybe another weapon, we'll see. Sorry, what are these fucking... Because I don't have enough Kiriko skins that this game gave me, so they're like, have 2 more in your shop. Because why not? Round the ear. Bum 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 na 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 na. This new won't go away, by the way, and I don't know why they're not fixing it. Ford Mondeo, isn't he Mr. Inconspicuous when you don't even have to say oh? The new Ash weapon? The Ash weapon and the new Genji mythic? I'm torn between Kiriko and Juno's. I like the weapons because I like the flourishes the most, and none of the other mythic skins I really care for. Then I say it changes when the sun goes down. Either that or maybe the Omnic Anna skin. I cannot play fucking Pharah. I always hate it when the enemy team have a Pharah because I think she's broken as shit, but I can't play Pharah. She is not broken in my hands. She is nerfed and very underpowered in my hands.
I knew I could help.
Yeah, Kiriko's weapon is really cool.
Let's put a stop to that.
I'm sure it'll eventually click. What is this fucking... The rat is after me, bro. What is going on here?
Increasing altitude.
Okay, it's dead.
Watching the skies. Concussive out. We need that robot to turn around. I don't think so.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Justice reigns from above. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
Okay, things are dying.
Excellent teamwork.
Jesus fucking Christ, I can't keep up. Oh, there she is. Playing Junkrat, I feel like you have to have a little bit of aim with fire, which I don't, so it's a problem, you know?
One small step.
Okay. fuck? Don't worry, guys. I don't know why that guy has. Oh shit.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Diva.
I don't know why Sigma has all of that overhealth. I could not tell you. My God.
The barricade's moving! Let's stop them! Does this help?
Hostile mark.
Everyone's saying thank you. What the fuck? I'm not really doing any healing though.
Welcome to Orbit! Thank you for assisting. Hey! Stick with the robot!
Jesus Christ.
Take off! Pushing the barricade!
Where? Oh, right. Our team are pushing the robot. And okay, right.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Diva.
All sides dispatched! Well done, Juno.
Okay. Oh, that's that's not my problem. Is what that is.
No one can hide from my sight.
I'm escorting the robot. Maximum velocity!
Cool. I really don't know what. I'm not really doing anything great, but we'll just, you know, eventually if I play more of this game, I'm sure I will get better, right? That's a not a great time to reload. Oh. Fucking Christ. Ugh. Oh, fuck me.
10 seconds.
Ugh. I don't think we're gonna get to it. No, we're not. Your team's like, no. It's so me. It's easier to assume that it's me letting us down in this situation. I'm really not a fucking decent Overwatch player. Wonder boy. Who is the Junkrat? The Junkrat kept saying thank you, and so did the Reaper. So No, I'm unlike League, which I am pretty decent at, in Overwatch, I'm not at all. I'm not very good. Alright. With mind bullets. That's telekinesis, Kyle. Mr. B, a wonder boy, and young nasty man. Right. No more mystery arrows. I won't torture my team through that. We'll just keep practicing. Maybe we'll try and practice a bunch of Anna today. See if I can get somewhat decent at her. Me and KP. Top 500 Anna by end of stream? Yeah, alright. Yeah, it's not happening. Beep 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 beep.
Vote for a map.
Oh, we're defending. Wonder boy.
Now arriving at Neon Junction.
With you, my teach
I
you.
will not leave a broken world behind. We must all find a cause worth fighting
Hello?
Hello.
More to do, more to learn.
Hi.
Do you mind if I record this? Hey there.
Hell's James until she hits top 500 on Anna. What, do you mean like a thon? Like non-stop streaming? You're kidding me? Why would I do that? I would get burnt out so quickly.
My mythics get changed. Why?
I wish I could eat.
I don't know.
5, 4.
My weapon's different. Didn't want it to be this way.
Content? Who would want to fucking watch that?
Enemy defend objective A.
I'll probably get banned for griefing people. Are they killing me? I feel like with Anna, more than just positioning, it's more than just aiming, it's about positioning as well. Oh, they got a mercy.
You have an AFK or something?
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't there.
Objective lost. Stop the pain. Covering you.
They have an Anna too. She was so wanting to ult there.
Yeah, that was.
Who am I giving Nano to?
Bob.
Barrier is nearly spent.
You're covered.
They're coming for me.
She's gonna blow.
Barrier initialized.
Go.
Get in there.
Oh! That's.
Cut the pain.
Yeah, that's smart.
Holy shit.
Get in there, Bob.
I
Ba,
won't
ba,
give
ba,
in.
ba, 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 ba.
I'm getting into this.
Enemy in sight.
Man, I hate Ana players.
Don't let them move the payload.
Fucking goddamn it.
My barrier is gone.
Would you like me to switch?
No, I hate Ana players because they ruin my day on the enemy team.
Lissa och den tier. Enough whining. You're fine.
I'm so bad at aiming the nade. Someone's on our left. Alright, bro.
The barrier appeared. The barrier cannot withstand much more.
I haven't lost
Okay.
my touch.
Hello, Dusk. How's it going?
Nearly spent.
Oh, that's just like where they are. Oh my god.
Making an old woman do all the work? Enough whining. You're fine.
My barrier is gone.
I'll keep you up. وليهم قوتك انتم امان.
Barrier initialized.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, she's been antied. Nice.
This team's got it.
Functions at peak power.
Nano and Mizuki. I don't want to put pressure on her.
Enough whining.
You have to bear with me. I can't aim. There's one on our left. I can't. Holy shit.
Proclaiming a barrier.
I am fucking suck, bro. Oh, she has O, by the way. She's the Orisa.
What can I say?
Get in there, Bob.
Someone sneaking around.
You're covered.
Protect us, kick game.
I think he's looking for an ult too. Yeah.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I am all but guaranteeing my fucking... my endorsement from this Echo. Holy shit.
I needed that.
You looking for an ult as well? Okay.
Barrier initialized. The barrier cannot withstand much. The barrier has fallen.
Oh.
Anyone feel like stopping the payload?
Uh-oh.
I'm reloading.
Lost.
Improve an end.
Instant syzygy!
Come here with you!
Just a moment. I've got you. Being fortified.
Yeah, I think Cassidy hasn't ult yet, right?
Covering you.
Probably has it, yeah.
Yeah, but he's like waiting 7 years. She just fucking golden.
You're powered up. Get in there. Protect us.
Okay. I'm switched to Junkrat.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Goat Drippy AF? Yeah, he's got the mythic now.
The barrier cannot withstand. The barrier has been overwhelmed.
Oh my god.
I've got you.
What's going up there? There's gonna be some shit behind us or something.
I see you.
I'm so fucking overstimulated right now.
Duplicating Cassidy.
60 seconds.
I'll keep you up. I guess they weren't finished.
I can't heal you over there.
Chill.
My barrier is gone.
I'm reloading. Taking care of you.
Oh.
Ow.
Well, lean on the Widdick.
I'm dead. I can't fucking jump back up there. Holy shit. She came for me. I have ult.
I go out on my terms. You're powered up. Get
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Ashe have ult there or?
No idea. I did what I could.
Orisa. Systems in hard.
Sick. Yeah, I can't speak while I'm playing this game.
Why not?
I am... Because I'm fucking trying my best to focus, bro.
One of those people.
I'm literally struggling to fucking heal everyone.
Can we have like side-by-side footage comparisons of like you when you talk while playing game and you when you like don't talk and see how much the gameplay improves?
Shut the fuck up. What are you trying to say, bro? Holding all the toxicity, I don't feel toxic about that. If Ashe had ult, I would have been a bit toxic because if you didn't know, Bob counts as a player, so he can hold points and capture stuff.
Vote for your map.
Bob.
Mr. Specky 4-Eye. Holy shit, I haven't heard that term used in a hot minute. Oh, I'm like looking another defend. I prefer attacking. I don't like defending.
Honkshu.
To Eichenwald.
Shimada Empire.
The Shimada Empire. Provoking.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I never asked my father his opinion of me. Now he is beyond my reach.
Okay, Hanzo.
I'm sure he was proud, even if he never said it.
How would you know?
Trust me, I know.
The Shimada Empire.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
Orisa has a voice line where she's like, exterminate, exterminate. It's the best thing ever.
Five, four, three, two.
Why remember the
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Oh, great heavens.
Kill it.
I can't.
Someone. Yeah, she's there. I can't. Okay, I might not. I don't know, but Anna is good for wall, but
Ashes to ashes.
Tracer makes me sad.
Yes.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Why are we letting the payload move?
I am in your debt. You can't hide.
I hear her dashing around.
Meet your fate. Adaptive circuits engaged. Orisa.
On me. Like 10 HP.
Well, I can't do shit. I'm fucking struggling to get the thing.
I go out on my
That's okay.
I want to swap the Roadhog.
Okay, I'll swap to Roadhog.
No, I want to swap the Roadhog. Fuck off.
Someone's over here.
eyes on a target. Touch now. No recovery.
Okay.
I must keep my skills sharp. Healing you.
I fuck that up.
Dragon consume you!
You're powered up. Get in there.
The dragon in its eyes!
Is he?
I took a heal. There. Oh my god. Why is my DJ isn't playing a song? It's very quiet. Oh no, it is.
We must strike them down!
she's so low.
Getting drowsy? I'll make quick work.
Orisa is none the wiser. She does not give a fuck.
That
Holy
was
shit.
crazy. What the fuck is that?
Just a scratch, you'll be fine.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Honor.
Oh my god. I'm doing my best, sorry.
I'm
Oh, this is
not
just
finished.
a funny hamster game. I don't know. The hamster and the
Approaching its destination.
Tracer just going in and doing shit.
I'm getting bullied so hard. It's just over.
Team
Mad!
play of the game.
Hey, you gotta play the game.
This is gonna look so stupid.
Look the dragon in its eyes.
What? Waiting for him.
Brad Slug requested an invite to join the group.
Oh.
Wait, why can't I can't endorse anyone now. I can't. Oh,
just,
wait,
just
is this
like you endorsed yourself.
what? No, I didn't.
Oh, there's 3
Oh,
endorsements.
apparently I voted Tracer.
Oh,
What?
how do I play
Hello,
this
Brad.
game?
Hello, level 2 endorsement, Brad.
I don't
Why are
think
you
I've
king
played
for
this
all?
game. Because I'm the goat. Hello.
Oh, great. Okay.
Apparently there's like... Is there like augments in this now?
That's
Perks.
perks, yeah.
I'll figure it out. How hard could it be?
Well,
You know, I
Most
just
of the
I gotta
time-
go. I gotta go break my arm. Actually, I have an appointment.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you have an arm-breaking appointment.
yeah.
Kind of weird, to be honest.
I mean, mine's only scheduled for like what, next year? Oh.
Do you have any skins, Brad? Or are you brokey?
I got a few. I got a few. Yeah, I got a few.
I bet he's got that Lucio skin.
Is it the one I'm thinking of? Because it's the one I have.
The alien one, the tentacle
Oh
one
no
or
no
whatever.
no 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 no! I don't have the privilege of that.
Nox, can you please select your role?
If I can buy it right now, I will.
I don't think you can. Can you?
I'm checking.
Someone else
God.
joining?
Are they? I think Sakursa went to go eat.
Yeah.
So I figured
Piss off.
they're both eating, no?
Yeah, yes, maybe.
Half the people in this.
Roll.
No, I don't
There
think
we
you
go.
can get it. You can't get the
No.
what is it called?
Wait, why aren't we searching ranked?
Shut up. We're not playing fucking ranked.
When are we playing 5v5 teams on League?
It's
That's
only
the real
weekend.
question.
We can't. It's
Yes.
end of the weekend.
Clash
That's
next
what I'm
month as
asking
well.
when. I mean,
Oh
Clash
wait,
next
it's
month.
wait. No, where's
Yeah,
the
it's Clash next
skin?
month.
Where's the gross Lucio skin?
Don't
Oh, it's an
exist.
epic skin. That's why. Octopus. You can only get it in a loot box. It's not even available in the shop.
That's great.
You have it? Oh my god. You will never walk alone. I'm upset they didn't put Reaper in a dress for the Maid Cafe one. The Nyan Cafe.
You would be.
Little sunshine.
Few times kind of increased.
What is this? Is this
Gradual.
game kind of dead or what? Like what's up with that?
I don't think they've got
Many
many players.
Is it because
Because
I'm in
yourself
bad
to
standing
match.
with Blizzard?
You're in bad standing with Blizzard. What'd you do?
Let's see,
You don't.
Wait, it's
Did
got
you
like a
play any
pastry on the end of
Blizzard
it.
games?
I played Destiny when it was on Blizzard. A lot.
Okay, and what happened at Destiny?
Ooh. Ooh. Let's just say a few raids got a bit tumultuous, and you know.
Tumultuous isn't even a
Yeah.
word. What are you saying to me right now?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
you wouldn't think it's a word.
What's the flash on this one?
So I've got 49 hours in.
You got 49 hours.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Yeah. I swear I've got more though. Yeah. Wait, did they like change this? There's no way I only have 4 hours in comp.
You might just be delusional.
Oh, we found a game. Wait, did we?
It popped and then it just insta-fucking removed us.
They're dodging me.
You want to play a custom map while we wait? There's Genji Parkour.
I'm good.
Gun game.
I'm good.
Nah,
Very
we
technical,
got saved.
technical.
Select a map.
Yeah, Havana.
No,
No, who's footing Nepal?
I am.
Me too.
Oh, oh.
Shion Racing. Oh my god.
Oh. Have I
Bunsan.
think I've played this map. Yeah, no, I have. I have.
Have you? Isn't it like new
Now
gen?
traveling.
No, I have not.
Oh, you can change your gun. Cool. Not voting random? No. Okay, Brad is on
Yeah,
damage.
first try is new freak.
Oh my god.
What do they do? Let's find out. Why am I so tempted to press J?
Our team are gonna press Control C, have level 1 on everyone, and they're gonna.
You better be dying.
Oh, I got a motorcycle? Wait. Wait, that's cold. Find out what my ult does when I get it. Oh, I'm like Zenyatta, basically.
Anyone we can play, like, compare it to in League. I don't know.
I'm Zenyatta.
No, you're not.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Your ult is like Reaper ult, except you can dash 3 times.
And it only does damage when you do the dash, though.
Can we not shoot shield? Oh, that's.
She
Oh,
rests.
lagging.
Double kill. The point is in my care.
I like that I can't hold this forever. Okay, I want off this freak. I don't like them.
Holy shit, okay, ow.
Pick up your fate, you drombo.
I just got blam, blam, blammed. Oh, because he did the thing. I was like wondering. I was like, he hit my fucking leg with that, and that did so much damage.
Looks like we need hit scan. Ooh, I just pulled things into it.
Alright, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Can't say calm down when the fucking Echo just respawns and like drops a bunch of sticky bombs in my face and I get like.
Calm down. Alright. That was a bit
I should
aggressive.
calm down.
Ah,
Oh, listen, Mr. How's it going?
get me off this freak. How do I swap hero?
You don't. You have to play her for the rest of the game now.
Say wallahi. That's age.
It's MOBA watch now.
It's my melee button.
I don't know what your melee button is. Oh, I'm so fucked. Ugh, I'm not.
I just tried to press 3 to swap my knife.
No way she's trying that.
Okay, it's just the tank diff already.
Reaper's looking for an ult for sure. He's gonna ult both of us. Alright, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day at work.
Yeah, take me off his scan.
Again? Oh my god. Where'd Carrot go now? Here he comes for his ult. Never mind. That's actually
How do I ult chat?
Reckles.
Shit then.
Somehow this or other DPS has done just as much damage as you.
Oh, I've done no damage. It just shows I might be him.
Are you lot ready for some bloodshed?
Oh, where's Sojourn? That's my goat.
And somehow one of their DPS, I think that Reaper did even less
Superior
damage.
firepower's good, but superior brain power's better.
Very mysterious game.
5, 4,
Very mysterious.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Let us continue on this trajectory.
See, I'm actually a support tank man, so it's really my fault.
Tanks need play.
The objective is now
I'm on the point.
This will give us an edge. A taste of poison.
Oh, I'm missing every. Echo, calm down. I'm just a full mag.
Oh my gosh, she just went straight for me, bro.
You have to ult to select the perk? Oh, hell no.
I think you'll like the one that slows. It's usually the one that I go, but I'm not a Sojourn player.
Disruptors? I don't know what that is. I'm just going left. Why disruptor? Oh, that's the cringe ability.
God, I hate fucking Zarya, bro.
огонь по готовности.
God.
Word.
Hello.
You?
The Kyra Gold.
Kiriko just used her Suzu.
Okay, I need our DPS to
Me
lock
up,
in.
no. Fantastic.
Chaos returns. Big Starlight.
Requesting assistance.
I am taking the objective.
So low.
Okay, cool.
Misery made manifest. Got you in my sights.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Zarya.
I can't control you.
Oh, that's what my melee key is. Okay, good to know.
Have to defend the point.
Surrender your soul.
Cool.
At the speed of light. The enemy is approaching.
A feast.
Welcome to orbit.
Огонь по готовности.
Well.
Bends to my will.
Taking flight.
I hate this Zarya.
One with ease.
I'm coming. Oh, nice.
Goes to go.
I like playing Junker Queen. I found that out when playing Mystery Heroes. Junker Queen's actually pretty fun.
Burger Queen's fucking busted.
Play.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Огонь по готовности.
Riveting gameplay.
Wait, Symmetra just ran into it. How do I opposite endorse someone?
What?
You can avoid them as a teammate if you press tab and then right click their name.
That might be the play.
Void. Brad. Well,
Hold on.
You type in chat. I've got chat off, so I won't be able to see anything he types in chat. I'm gonna quickly BRB. I need to pee. You guys can entertain the stream though.
Oh, we got the 5-stack. Wait, we Q comp.
no, we don't. Q comp.
Wait, no, we Q comp.
No, we don't.
We Q comp.
Who is we?
Us 5.
Can you
That's all us.
name the new characters that have been added this year without looking?
Oh, that's that's excellent question. There's like Juno.
I don't think Juno was added this year.
Oh, this year. There's the like. No, I can't. No, I can't.
Okay,
I
so
just
you have
can't.
no, you can't even.
I don't need to know that though.
Why? What do you mean you don't need to know that?
I'm him. There's like Freyja. Oh, Anran. That's the Makago.
Okay, I think that's the first one. You actually
Life
don't.
Weaver?
You gotta get out of here, man.
Who the hell is Hazard, bro? Nah, I don't know these freaks. This is not my Overwatch.
You're gonna be playing League of Legends Classic.
Yeah. Nah, me and Classic, like, I remember playing that.
Yeah,
I was there.
Yeah.
How, like, classic is it? Is it like old rune?
Yeah, it's classic enough to where I can ask you what quintessences are you running on your top rune page.
You lost me. You lost me. Like, I remember when I started, it was before they changed the runes. And that's why I quit. And went back to Dota 2.
Yeah, they have old runes and masteries.
Ooh. Ooh. But the 1% crit. I heard stories about that.
I was
1% crit GP.
It was on Darius. There was one game I will forever remember, ranked, where I was so fucked dueling someone, and then my W crit for like 200 damage. I'm like, alright, get outplayed, idiot.
There's just a skill difference, really.
It is.
Okay, I know who I'm playing if I get DPS again.
Who?
Oh, I'm not done it. You're gonna dodge.
Who are you playing?
Oh, it'll be a surprise.
I don't like surprises.
I don't know
especially
what
for
they do, but they look like they're my playstyle. You smell me?
Okay, well,
Okay.
let's see. Your playstyle is like a rat.
I am back.
Hold on.
I got snacks.
Probably should have gotten a drink in that time. Oh well. I'll plug it out.
Were you
What was it up
entertaining?
for? We were having a nice conversation. Goat asked me to name 5 characters released this year. And
I couldn't even tell you, honestly.
And then Goat said we should queue ranked 5s, so all of us queue comp.
Zelksart.
No, I was talking to him about the classic, and I asked him which essences he's running on top rune page.
No idea what that is.
Next, thank you so much for the tier 2 resub. Happy 40 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy your well-deserved smug emote. How's it going?
Wait, I actually love Hammond. Like, Winter, don't even zest me.
Zest. What is bro
Zest.
saying?
Oh wait, no, we got Gibraltar.
Oh, you know that map, don't you?
Yeah, that's the one I know.
What's
I
that
know
one?
He knows an OG map, guys.
If we get random, I'm dodging.
Chillin' Monhunt.
Oh.
That sounds good. Esperanza.
Oh, I know this one too, though. I think.
I hate this
No.
No. This isn't the one I thought it was. Whoa, Jonker Cat? What is this? Oh, Jetpack Cat.
Jonker Cat.
Bro, what am I looking at? Okay, let's go, my man.
I guess since I'll be the only healer.
Oh, what is another Mercy line? Just kidding, my actual man.
Oh my god.
Okay, when I say stand still, guys, please stand still. Okay? I'm on a lot of ping right now.
Did you design it yourself?
Who's this
Why
guy?
you flatter me, but I assure you, I've made no alterations.
So what if you had? Even the most beautiful faces can be improved.
These people can't ask me if I play customs.
Oh, well, if you
Play
say
what?
so.
Are you on the Overwatch ERP custom game? Be honest.
Reaper's Pet, Pookie. Froggy. Oh my god. Milk.
Oh, you
I got
say
the Ultra. I have it disabled, so.
Good.
Oh yeah. Oh. This is gonna go well for you guys.
Should do it.
It might be over.
Yeah, GG. Go next. What's that little freak in the sky?
Jetpack cat.
Ah.
I walked into that one. Windborn.
You want to read the chat? I think it's probably just people thinking that Goat and Faint are an E couple because of their names.
They have the lead.
I mean,
Let's get it back. Time for spring.
the stupid lamppost! Get away from me! Ah.
Rounding forth. A little carry helps.
Oh, I can hear him saying Merry Christmas.
Genji players
jumping.
love.
Something for the stick.
Time for the reckoning!
Oh my god. They have a Garrett Go, don't they?
สงสัยต้องลองวิธีอื่นละ Living dangerously, eh? Come here, will you?
Watch out, they're starting their push.
They're starting their push?
Yeah, good comp.
Ow.
Nano boost administered.
Probably should have calmed low key.
I don't think so.
Hope blossoms anew.
Escorting the robot.
Yeah, you don't think.
Lucio coming at you.
No one can stop me!
No operators in activation radius.
Genji probably gonna ult soon, huh? I think he was like in
Probably.
here somewhere.
Oh. Yeah, no, he's definitely there.
Rounding forth. Hop on. They claim the robot.
He was just crouching in a corner.
Life protects life.
Time for the reckoning!
God damn it. Oh, Genji's got that fucking skin on too.
Keeping the robot on course.
ฉลาดกันนักนะ
And I think Goat just got play the game.
ล่องไปกับสายลม
Maybe. We'll see.
Huh?
Maybe.
Stick with the
We'll
robot.
see.
Time to get to work.
What is this?
Genji behind me!
You're better off with me.
Much appreciated.
Pushing this barricade.
Oh,
I can't get to you. Sorry.
they hit me!
Let's change that. Inflow. Hop on.
Wait, you can't read all chat, right?
No. Why? Are you
I'm about to type
typing?
something crazy.
Fucking Christ.
Pick up your fate, you drongos!
Humano, out there.
A familiar sting of failure.
That's not good.
Now you're perfect.
Time for the reckoning!
Jesus Christ.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Blossoms anear.
Enemies pushing the barricade.
Some healing.
See what I've become.
An absolute blessing.
She just gets to walk through me, bro. I died 7 times. Oh my god.
Inborn. Better than you. A big hug for large friend.
Not that 8 times.
60 seconds remaining.
ล่องไปกับสายลม
I hate push maps so much. It lasts so fucking long.
Yeah.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. Enemy
A pleasure.
spawn wound
And usually payload maps or control maps will last even longer.
Yeah, but if you're getting stomped like this, it's over quicker. Yeah, behind. I knew they were behind. They're behind.
Living dangerously. Life protects life.
10 seconds.
Time for the reckoning!
Defeat.
Thanks for the self-care check art.
Feet.
Chicken.
Play of the game.
No. No.
I told you he got play of the game. Oh, Phantomy, how's it going?
For the reckoning!
Epic.
I'm okay, thank you for asking.
MVP.
You know it. I know it.
Yume no hatera de shimata unmei ga warai dasu mo dare mo shirenai himitsu ochite ochite
I haven't been
ochite.
running music.
Room for one more? I mean, it's up to... Do you guys want to play... Want a 6v6?
I don't mind.
Yeah.
More the merrier.
I'll do whatever.
Yeah. Okay, we can 6v6. Get on.
Yeah, it's like 6v6 competitive play.
Shut the fuck... We're not playing comp, bro.
Ugh. Fine.
Oops. I need to wait. Kill Brad, we should. You're so right.
What?
Get his ass.
Inshallah, your office goes up by 20 Celsius tomorrow. You know what? Double it. Go it up by 40.
What's this guy
Fucking
even
60-degree
saying?
office.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fill up my water. Entertain
Wait,
them.
how does this work? Is it just play whatever you want?
Yeah, basically. But you still
Okay. Okay.
probably want to have 2 of each.
No, 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 no. We're running 6 tank.
We are
No,
not
no,
running
no.
6 tank.
5 tank, 1
No,
Lucio.
no, no.
5 tank, 1 Lucio.
You're
I mean,
not.
100 isn't that bad. Like, it's hot, but it's not like death. But like,
Talking about
5 tank,
degrees.
yeah,
Celsius.
Fahrenheit.
Oh, right.
That's like low 40s, like 43. Did I cook?
I don't know.
I was
That's still
37.
pretty hot,
I did not cook. Samoa? I'm running random. I don't like freaky maps.
Yeah.
Oh, it's these old people telling you about the humidity. No, it's the humidity that gets you. Alright, Grandpa, back it up.
Oasis.
It's real.
Alright, Grandpa, back it up.
Who's grandpa?
Winter and Goat, apparently.
Oh.
And probably you.
Oh. Fair enough.
You know, I'll flex, guys. I'll flex. Guys, any day now. I'll
You
flex.
flex. You locked
Yeah.
in Sierra. You know what, Sierra? You might be good
I
with
know.
Sierra.
Okay, who stole my Sierra? That's it. You're getting the treatment. Good luck, guys.
Monkey.
Good luck.
The treatment, and it's a monkey. You bullied them off of Sierra now.
Is also
Too late.
the people around us, and we still have each other.
No.
Under my protection.
Oh, great.
Whoa, where are you?
I was on the rack line, but someone couldn't take control of their tank. But it's fine. I didn't expect my teammates to be high up.
All around me are familiar
Oh.
places.
Where is everyone? Guys?
I died.
I noticed. Why?
Eat and grab.
You take a lot of
Yeah,
damage, huh?
I need to get used to fucking not being invincible. It's tank when I go in.
Kokoyo?
It's time.
Timing like that. Oh.
They're attacking me. Under my protection. Oh, great.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Get
get
in the
back to
dark, but you would never follow me.
Огонь по готовности. Careful, we're outnumbered. Konnichiwa.
What's this guy's name? Hail Stan?
It's also Bumblebee 8.
Okay, Reinhardt wants to flirt, but I don't want to flirt with Reinhardt.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Best round lost. Score 0-1.
I've been living a lie. Bring me to life.
Hold on.
Hail stun is hilarious.
Why am I not bouncing?
Huh?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Where's my rocket jump? Well, what have they done to my beautiful character?
I need healing.
I think it's a perk.
Go.
No, say psych.
3, 2,
What?
They've not locked me behind it.
round 2. Capture the objective.
Thanks.
Sierra reporting.
Whoa, whoa.
Coming to us.
I'll keep you up. Take this. Think.
The objective is now
Don't fret. I see you. Covering you.
If that ain't a mood.
Oh, never mind, I can. It's just a stuff thing that I could.
Taking the point.
Fucking asleep. Oh dear.
It's just Zarya diff.
It might be, yeah.
I go out on my terms. Don't fret. I see you.
Jesus, man.
Hard work.
I can't exist for 2 seconds. What the fuck do I do here?
I don't know.
I got pinned.
I have Nano. But I have a feeling a certain Genji player will probably want it.
Deploying rock unit.
I won't let you fall.
Blocking satellite vector.
Reloading. I'm here. Keep fighting. Protect this trick game.
Let's shake things up.
You're powered up. Get in there.
That was fun. Boy,
Taking the objective. Support your question.
I'm a team player.
Dude, they fucking comp is on some pro play shit, like what this fucking Zarya Ryan shit.
Yeah,
We're in Bright Slug low right now. Remember that.
Eyes on a target.
That
I went the wrong fucking perk.
good to get the blood flowing.
Огонь по готовности.
Oh, I'm so upset I went the wrong perk.
Warmed you up.
It's nice of them to let us stay on the point this long.
I still have my ult up, so okay.
I have.
My
Ult
ultimate
soon.
is charging.
Oh, they're waiting.
Oh, there's a few down here.
Dude, the fucking. Nice.
I see you.
I'm so upset I took the wrong fucking perk. I wish I could switch, but I can't.
Complete.
The enemy still wants more.
No, no, no.
Score 1-1.
Okay, I think I'm locked back in now.
He had one good ult.
Huh? That was my only ult.
You had one ult. I was gonna say, yeah, hang on a second, he had one ult.
Sorry, who's that speaking of?
Me? What the fuck are you talking about? Who's that speaking
148
of?
mitigated.
Okay. 74 healed. What the fuck are you saying? Like,
Yeah.
5, 4,
That's about half 148.
2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
what if we all went tanks?
That's what I said! I said 5 tank 1 Lucio.
Lucio is not the healer anymore, bro.
Huh? Yeah, but like the AoE heal with the tank. Like, you see the vision. Clearly not. I'm blind to something.
Oh, he almost fucked that up. He almost lived.
The objective is now.
Fucking Diva, are you kidding me?
I mean, their team hates fun.
Oh, I'm dead. Hello, Melvin. How's it going? Lucio best tank. Lucio just doesn't heal. Tanks are capped at 2. Oh, we can't go 5 tanks.
Aw.
What if we went
not the end.
1 tank,
If we went no
5
tanks.
healers? Holy shit, he has his ult already.
Holy macaroni.
Holy moly.
Oh, they have an Ana now too.
Nerf this.
Holy fucking shit back. Do they have a...
Okay, they've just run in and died.
On me. I'm fucking trying. I'm sorry, Secreta. I'll probably ult Genji when I'm up. Never mind, Genji just I just watched Genji get wall bend. Ow! And now I'm dead. Never mind. I'm fucking griefing, bro.
What's that?
You'll have to
It's
try
bad.
harder than that.
That's all you need to know.
I figured.
That's Emery's ult.
Focus our attack on the objective. Don't fret. I see you.
We got him where we want him.
No power down. Get in there.
Oh, what?
What the fuck? How did you
What even
get
happened?
all of those?
No,
I
don't even
can't
know
wait
what
to
just
see this
happened.
play the game.
No, it's gonna be so bad. I didn't even look at them.
Doesn't protect you from Diva ult.
My shield does.
Uh oh.
You guys, let's not lose. Be embarrassed.
Oh! I mean, they also used all their ults.
Here I come.
We're just better
So-
players, so.
Yeah, we're doing our best, Melvin.
My turn.
You've been playing a lot of Overwatch lately, right? How have your games been going? I slept somewhere.
To assist. I need to reload.
Oh, he missed his charge. Silly Billy.
She's rezzing him. She's rezzing him. On me. I don't know if I got that off. I didn't even get it off. How do you not get a nano off as Anna? Like, there's no fucking... There's no charge time for it. There's no cast time. Why did
Probably
it
missed.
disappear? Unless, like, can Diva block a nano?
Play of the game.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Go, got
I
it.
killed 5 of them.
Playing for event dailies and weeklies? Go on. They terrible the next. It wasn't even that big ult. Yeah, I feel you. Holy shit, what a fucking... They, like, mogged us on the first game and...
I told you I locked
You-
in and you were like
you
making
fucking
fun of me.
mogged. You played Zarya. Believe it or not, Zarya is someone that we ban like every fucking game, so... Fucking bullshit hero.
Yeah. TBH honest.
You swapped to a better healer? There was nothing wrong with Juno. Mizuki is good, but there's nothing wrong with Juno. Just not much you can do as Juno, I guess, with a... against the Zarya... Ryan. Pulling everyone down with me. Ba-ba-da-ba. Oh.
Vote for your map.
Uruna Sabi.
This looks like load.
Map.
Oh.
We do not vote
Okay.
Flashpoint. We do not vote Flashpoint. Flashpoint is not good.
We don't. Ah, that was a close.
Who voted
close call there.
Flashpoint?
Who?
It was someone on our team.
Getting hard in. Phantomy.
Yeah.
At Neon Junction.
Ah, man,
Alright, bro.
you try out this free. I can swap if you guys want. Just let me know. 3, 2, 1. Too
Is
late.
that it? That's it.
I gave the call. I do.
6v6 is a fun time. I don't mind it.
Oh, this is not how I thought it was. I'm getting up this freak.
If you
yeah, put
if
me
you
on
land
Widow.
your right click, you get a free soldier. ult.
Phantomy,
Widow.
what did I do?
Apparently, you voted
You
Servaso.
pick. Yeah.
Have I? I didn't
No, you
click
didn't.
anything. I was all tapped.
No,
I
you
saw
didn't.
you.
Brad is gaslighting
I
you
saw-
because Brad voted fucking Servaso.
Bro.
I saw you.
What do you want to play, Phantomy? I'm good filling.
Oh, I like playing support, but I can play DPS if you want to.
That's okay. I will play. I will show Brad the power of Sierra.
I thought she had a sniper, but
She's fucking broken. She has a soldier ult as a basic ability.
Yeah, I got the first kill though, so... I can't jump in the center.
Thank you.
Enemy heal you?
Let's shake things up. Steady, eh? Taking the point.
What is Bill doing?
What?
Holy shit. Bill was really going for you there.
This is quite the, like, intensity difference from last game.
Objective A.
Before Hamster Overwatch was good, you really dislike Hamster. Is he gonna get run over?
Ow! I just got hit in the face.
You see when it's flashing red and saying there's a train coming, you get fucking run over by a train, bro. That's fucking hilarious.
Not bad at all.
No one can hide from my sight.
That's not good. That's not good. I was right behind him.
Come here.
Oh god. Bum, bum.
All right, enough messing around.
Peek me!
That'll hold.
I got a devious end.
Hurt already?
Have my... Oh.
Ow.
I just blast.
The bunker's flawed.
Keep them coming, baby.
Not the fucking... What the fuck was that? Anna just came in
What?
and put our cat down.
I brought Anna over there, but yeah.
Oh,
I
right, you
caught
brought
with
her
the ult.
over. I thought she just ran over here and she just fucking came to put you down. That was so funny.
No, I came to put her down. I was cacked.
I'm
So,
kind of
yeah.
upset about the Nyan Cafe shit because I think the Sierra skin is super cute, but I don't want to pay that much.
I'll be honest with you, I thought it was the sun lady initially when I saw the skin.
Oh, Larry? I
Yeah,
have ult.
I was so happy to actually have a decent skin on Lari, and then game was like, no.
Wow, that was so... I fucking outplayed them so much. This is what I mean, Sierra is fucking stupid. The reason why she's so stupid is because, like, anyone can play her. She's like Garen.
Yeah,
That's what
Garen's
she's
kinda
like.
hard.
She's like Garen. Garen is not... Okay, right. Whatever, I think.
Have you played the android lady?
Echo?
Echo.
No, Shion, or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
The new one.
I played Xion.
Oh, hell yeah.
Kind of fun. I ate way too many
She
bicycles
got
to
the
face.
nerfed already.
But yeah! Getting one shot in 0.5 seconds
Uh-oh.
when she decided to throw a motorcycle at you is a little bit fucky.
is approaching its destiny.
I didn't figure
I
out
feel
how
like
you
it's
can
just
do
a
the
bit
motorcycle,
like
so I
why
just
why
didn't
does
do
Xion
it.
get nerfed so quickly, but Sierra it was like she's fine. She got a little touch on her ult, which was honestly
Not about how fast you
Sierra
reach
got
the
buffed.
definitely
Yo,
needed.
it's annoying, but yeah.
Force of Crusaders!
No, I got slapped. Couldn't get the rest of my 5 strikes out.
Oh, I'm so. I
Yep.
appreciate it, that bad to me. I got ult up again soon.
Can you like grab on my flying thing, hover thing, whenever, or does it have a requirement?
You need to press shift. You
No,
also
I know, but like,
I don't think
is it like if you get damaged, you can't use it or whatnot? 'Cause-
No, you can be damaged on it. But you know, you can't heal and shit, so
Oh, that's the wrong character.
oh fuck me. Mercy
hoping to bring the
is
support.
yeah. Oh, you know what, that works.
I was afraid she would just ult when I brought her over.
They're good. Guess I gotta be better.
Sierra definitely could still be nerfed more. I think the problem with Sierra isn't it's just her kit is so stupid. It's so bland and boring, but it's easy and it works.
Might have been a Widow diff, to be honest. Like, no glaze.
To be fair, you actually did play pretty decent. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, like, on the go.
Play of the game.
Are you ready
Well,
for
let's see
this
that
outplay?
fucking skilled ult.
Did I see this? The guns also look kind of ugly. Oh, you actually did nothing.
Yeah, I told you.
You weren't even looking at them.
No. The problem with the
Oh wait, that's a cringe one though.
the problem with the problem
Okay.
with the fucking ult is it's you think you're out of it and you're not.
Yep.
It fucking like it's like a blitzcrank hook with eye blitzcrank.
Why didn't this just like how many times I headshot that stupid multi? At least twice.
Why doesn't it auto queue you again for fucking 6v6, bro?
Ugly box.
What are you getting? Let's see.
Wallahi. Pink. I got disapproving Anna.
Damn.
I have that emote. She puts her hands on her hips and she's like, no.
Let's
Hey, you
go.
know Lijiang Tower, don't you? And Shambali.
I
No, you
do,
don't know
I
Shambali
think.
Monastery.
Okay, like Shambali. That's fine, guys. Cool. I'll just stay with my Lijiang Tower, but
I'm honestly surprised.
Okay.
Lijiang usually gets a lot of votes. Seriously, you're paying to fight against his Orion mage? She tears through shields. She's
Who's ready
she's
for the
pretty
hooks?
awesome. Oh my
Who's
god, get
ready
off
for
of
the
Roadhog.
hooks?
Get off. This is literally a defense map. You can play Widowmaker to your heart's content. You're picking Roadhog.
I don't like playing Widowmaker. I thought I was gonna do really badly and it was gonna be really funny.
Okay.
If I'm gonna be honest.
I'm just filling, so you guys can pick whatever.
Yeah, I'm feeling two, guys.
Yeah, I'm feeling 3, guys.
That's cool. No, good night. We got this. You guys can say us for one. No pressure, guys.
The world is shaped by my hand.
Nice skin.
Thanks.
Is that why you picked Roadhog?
too.
Did you just get like a skin from the fucking thing?
Follow
Yeah,
my
yeah, no,
lead,
for sure.
dears. The punishment
This
for
is good.
defiance
It's
is
just a purple
quite
recolor.
severe.
Oh.
No one gets heals.
We're young and Alari, oh boy.
Yep, no one's getting heals this
Okay,
game.
what's my hook range? Okay.
1. Attackers incoming.
I'm playing ranged Roadhog, by the way.
Power at my fingertips. Crafting a barrier. Pristine construction.
Oh, he's running for me. Fucking Q is running in. Okay.
I just need to know I need the healer, okay?
Time away will do you good. Let's go. Constructing my barrier. This will end them.
This might be your mattress first day on Earth.
Oh. Yeah, how come when I play him, he doesn't do that much damage? There.
Mind the
Just
shard.
hear me out. An upgrade for Roadhog, where I can use my hook as a grappling hook.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that was a stadium thing.
Up here.
Yeah.
Pristine construction.
Ouch.
They have a Domino too? They have 3 damage.
Damn.
Nice one.
Good one, champ. Oh, they're so low. Oh, they're full HP now.
Mind the shard. Create shaping our defense.
3 of them are the higher ground.
Heal you up there.
But jetpack freak, where are you?
So yeah, they have 3 damage, 2 healers, and a tank.
Sucks to be them, honestly.
Ow.
Vishgar's finest shield.
Fucking Sigma is diving me!
I'm on my way.
Help!
Help!
They outnumber us.
Oh, not the flank. They don't even know.
Just when I needed you. Mere mutabik chalo.
Reverse the tide!
I have such
That was
impeccable
unfortunate.
taste. Activating defense array. Locking satellite vector.
Locking satellite vector.
Wow, do you wish Juno?
But that was Juno? I might.
This will end them. Scorch the sky.
It's
Crafting a barrier. Pristine construction.
Okay, now they have a bastion.
No bastion. No one? Cool guys.
It's not a bastion.
Trying to
Says.
think of fun. But like, yeah, actually you don't use TikTok, you're too old.
Oh, I'm stop it.
60 seconds.
Nice. Go back in the VOD later, clip go yelling, help for the soundboard.
I refuse to abide wrongful termination.
Another
I mean,
day.
That reaction. It was just pure.
I don't know what you wanted me to do, to fly up there as Domina and...
You got fucking dove by a goddamn Sigma.
Yeah, I kinda did let him walk past me, that is my fault.
Barrier manifested.
Oh no.
No, he was fucking... Uh-oh.
Yam yam
Oh
yam.
no. Goodbye, cool world.
Cassidy! Get a grip, man!
10 seconds.
He's just up there, just pew 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 pew.
He's been up there, yeah, he keeps going up there.
It keeps going after me. Along with the rest of it.
No room for error.
No ultra power.
Check it, we nearly have the Wu Yang ult.
It's
Oh my god, get away.
Defense array.
Barrier unsuccessful.
Nerf this.
Oh. Oh.
Let's go!
Well,
What?
ain't that interesting?
Play of the game.
Imagine no one actually got 2 kills in a row,
Wait,
seriously.
this isn't Sojo? Who is this?
It's Ilari.
Oh.
She's a support,
Yeah.
by the way.
Sometimes even heals.
Hey, that's more than my
6
Blitzcrank.
enemy
Can we
chains
talk
hook, that's
about that?
crazy.
That's more than my Blitzcrank.
That's more than you've ever hooked on Blitzcrank in your entire league career.
Hold on.
MVP.
It was nothing.
I got another loot box. It's just awful. No, this ain't bad. New icons.
My
drop.
shop change yet? No.
Oh, does this have Fortnite shop?
God,
No.
rescue
It
May
died.
legendary skin.
You
Amazing.
got a legendary May skin?
Yeah, I have like 3 of them.
Eloy! Eloy!
Don't even play May.
Are you gonna insta-lock fucking Lucio?
Lucio!
Wow.
Fucking do it.
Am I predictable?
If
Yes.
there ever was joy in a world, it was there. That was the most
Or I
happy
play
news
Fair
I've
Raid.
ever heard.
Ilios.
Okay, now it's cool, guys.
What do you mean it's
We
cool?
trying to play around Lucio. We
What
trying
do
to
you even-
strategize a comp, or
How do you even play around a Lucio, bro?
don't?
That's okay. Just, if you get knocked off, be ready to press whatever button it is. I will try my best to come and rescue you.
Good team. I can feel it.
The holding one. Hi. Who's Winston?
4, 3,
Yeah, you're done, pal. You've got to hit in my games. You're not. You're on the list.
Cooked pal.
You dropped the pal.
Oh, they have a Junkrat and a Wu Yang. The Zen, honestly, I'm surprised.
What the?
I swear to fucking God.
Yeah, let's not sweat.
Sure, what ferocious feline!
Trying to heal a Winston is so stressful.
Is that extra? Okay.
Oh, frick. Oh, these guys don't have a tank as well.
With Jungkook.
I killed the tank.
Oh no, I learned about that. I get like.
Alright,
all
go.
over
You were in the
charm.
way. I couldn't fucking shoot the paint.
I tried to get in front of block.
And now it's Goat's fault.
Oh. Sen's so got ult, by the way. Ow. Holy shit. This Zen just got play of the game, by the way. Anna is fun on well. Sleeping Lucio over the pit is peak. Honestly, I never thought about that.
Do you think Hell's ever hitting asleep on a running Lucio?
Hey, my aim on Anna might be dog shit, but my sleeps are pretty fucking clutch.
That's aim!
No, but I can't shoot people, but I can hit people with my sleeves. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm staying at the helm
This
of
is
the
the part
ship.
where I was expecting Goat to be like, yeah, she hit some pretty good sleeps, but never mind, I guess I'll go.
He knows. He knows.
There's what are you talking about? I'm not.
Goat, would you stake your life on Hell hitting asleep?
I would.
Exactly.
Put
I'm
it
gonna
at, like,
fucking.
I didn't even.
The silence
You
is
took
deafening.
like
It's said
10
enough.
minutes
It's
to
said enough.
answer. That was enough.
I'm gonna leave the game. I'm going to. You guys are just fucking. I'm being rage baited by everyone. I'm being rage baited by everyone on purpose. Everyone hates me.
Anyway, as I was saying, I usually go Cat or Lifeweaver to save people from getting pitted. Ow.
Oh, they bonked me away. Want to get a 10-man ult.
Okay.
What in knuckles I carry?
So low.
This fucking Junkrat. Oh, he's so low.
Owie.
Fortunate.
Oh, sure.
Have well, but did Bastion use tank? I need to switch off of Cat, I think.
Despise Junkrat.
I'm gonna get there in time.
Round 2, lost.
Well, well, well. Look who had their ultimate.
Score 1.
I'm being a fucking dunked by this Junkrat on the roof. Non-stop. He just fucking dropped an ult on my head before I could come close to ult anyone.
Whatever awaits us, I am prepared.
What happens to my like upgrades if I swap?
You keep your upgrades on that hero if you swap back, but you don't get to
just
pick
like
upgrades on
level.
the yeah.
But you get them very fast though.
3, 2, 1.
Not like 30
Round
games.
3. Capture the objective.
Don't let your guard down until the end.
Jesus Christ.
Stand up straight. Don't fret. I shield.
Oh.
This is probably not the best fucking Anna.
Trap. Awkward.
This is probably not the best Anna. I don't know who to play. When in doubt, just fucking Moira.
Submission is the key. Assault all the veils. Eyes open. My conditions. Carefully guess. Hold of the objective. An eldritch blessing. Much more efficient.
Ouch. That's a cute fucking
To start
crosshair.
receive my aid. Such great.
Get away from me!
No one can survive my sex.
A welcome advantage. Wretched toy. Pain is inevitable.
Time for the reckoning!
Okay, never mind.
Sorry, he
don't
was
ult
coming
the-
for me.
Don't ult the ulting Winston in the middle, but you know.
Reckless disregard for life and limb.
Oh, awkward.
A Doomfist. I finally have another tank. No! Fuck, he pushed me off the edge.
Time again to try again.
Oh.
Oh, we're just high-fiving. Okay, Zenyatta.
The shiniest high five in the world.
Relinquish your being.
Meet your fate.
Mummy Godboy left the game. Holy shit.
You know it's over.
That's
when
my
that
Before he
happens.
even before he even fucking the game ended. What a little baby.
Play of the game.
Oh, he doesn't have the goated fucking highlight intro. Hello Megan, how's it going?
Is this guy playing controller?
Look at this. This is what he's been doing for that entire round. That's all he did to me.
Thank you for playing, Sakrissa. Do you want to go back to fives?
If we done it with
Yeah, probably.
Epic.
Get to feed my cat while this is queuing up.
Yeah, no worries. We're in fucking brand slug low anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to find a game. Oh, glue box! This game's addictive. I don't know why. A blue. Yeah, I hate this game actually.
Wow. Beneath my skin, beneath my skin. So you know. Wow. Deep beneath my skin, beneath my skin.
The weekly thing ends tomorrow. I have to play so many games, but I also don't want to play fucking Kirikor Mizuki.
Then you just gotta
Did
win
you say
games.
the weekend ends tomorrow?
Yeah, the weekend ends tomorrow.
No, the week event thing.
Oh. I was gonna say, I know you're a bit, but like, not that, you know? You know.
I'm a little far behind. Weekend's only over tomorrow for me.
Wait, pre-game? We pre-gaming?
Yeah, pre-game.
Gibraltar.
Oh, you should know
I
all
know
of
all
these.
these maps.
Yeah.
I do.
I won't vote Numbani for GOAT.
I mean, he's gonna win anyway.
Why not? I thought you were trying to piss me off today.
I don't think she's trying. I think she succeeded.
I think you might be right.
Arriving at West Point, Gibraltar.
Playing hang. Sigma on the wall. Who's the alphist of them all?
Sigma. Dude, what is this fucking these names today, bro?
Oh, this is the real game. Oh, I thought it was a practice.
No, you're playing tank.
Oh, you wanna swap?
We can't.
So this
Okay,
is what
good luck.
Overwatch calls a stronghold. How meager.
Oh no, this is so bad on my lag. Oh, this is so bad. No, I can't play this.
You're not playing Doomfist.
No, it
Get
was way worse than you ever thought.
You are not. Don't even play around.
Oh, I could no. Like, what can I even play? What is this? What server is this? Are we in like?
I've got a 35
No.
ping, so.
What Eastern European are we in? Like,
Yeah.
It's so bad.
We don't get to choose the servers.
Escort the payload.
Oh no. I've been tracking darted. They put me down like a dog. Except I'm a cat.
I'll keep you on your feet.
Well, unfortunately.
Okay, bring it on.
What Ezekiel?
They don't know.
Dear.
They now know.
They now know. Oh.
Isn't playing against the Bastion very fun when you're Reinhardt?
Oh no, tracking dart again.
I hate stupid Ezekiel. Bob, do something.
Bob.
Uh,
Anyone but Bob.
Do something.
am I playing Overwatch?
I got this payload on the move.
I am playing
Oh.
Overwatch.
What is the?
Vendetta is here.
That's fucking dead.
She got shot there. He is not having a good time.
Or is not a happy camper? If I just crouch behind this and then Ash can't hit me.
What's that angle for the Sierra?
She's enjoying it. Maybe she's destined to be a professional Overwatch player in the future.
Gale the Mahal.
Get on. Get on.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, get on. Come on. What do you mean?
I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a
Go.
Bastion. I don't want to do this. I feel dirty doing Bastion, cat, bro.
Nah, bro. This is the way. Show what's what. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it.
Where am I going? Where?
Winton. Winton again. Okay, where's that Ash? Okay.
It's a good thing I have fucking chat disabled because I can only imagine the slurs that we are being called right
Not
now.
a single word has been said. They're going through it.
Thanks to self-care check guard, I'll do that in a sec.
Taking off you go.
Oh, thank you. I have ult. Ow.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
She's
sorry.
obsessed. We'll get her started young.
Yo. Baptiste fucking god.
Bob has auto aim. I don't fuck with Bob.
I support Lance 3 legendary.
Oh no. Alright, get on.
Thanks.
It worked pretty well, all things considered.
What do you mean? I instantly fucking died!
I mean,
Truth
that
be
was
told, that was
considered.
my bad. I was trying to ult there, and yeah.
You were gonna ult and leave me? Like,
Yes. Gonna grab
I
someone
have
that
my
actually
ult.
likes flying with me.
we can probably pair it with the Zarya ult whenever you got it up.
30 away.
Ow, holy shit.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
She went golden.
Yeah. I realized as I was doing it that that was a stupid idea. Oh well.
Yeah. Unless she's like already used it, yeah. I think if she ults, I don't know if she can ult actually.
Don't know.
She's looking for an ult.
She's dead.
She's dead though.
I'm 6 away from my ult.
Just gotta make sure to insta-kill the Baptiste field.
Oh, I'm low. Medkit, medkit.
No! Oh, the fucking immortality field, bro!
I have to ult. Nice.
Boom.
Bob through the fucking field too.
Hide.
He's gone.
Okay.
Stupid Baptiste.
Retribution comes!
Oh, he used his field, didn't he? Nice. Good work.
Reverse the tide. Stop, everyone.
Eyes on the sky!
Oh, I'm not out of this.
Nice.
Cool. Go, Rick.
GG.
Nice.
Bastion is so
Nerf
hard to
fast.
play. He's so hard to play, bro.
Oh my god, the carry.
Oh god.
Nice.
You gotta get the spray in
Pull
there.
the objective time.
Wha-
Oh, that's a
how
team player
is
right
it-
there.
Oh my god, guys!
Now that's a
even
team
when
player.
I'm, why are we all voting
Hush.
Brad every time? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's a team player.
100%.
Look at the mustard skin too.
Man. He's working so hard. Alright, bro. That's it. I'm playing Widowmaker next time.
Done. What if I take it first?
Vote for a map.
Yeah, I only know one map.
You don't
What
know
we
Eichenwald?
Actually, no, I do know Junkertown.
If you know
No,
Junkertown, then you'll know Eichenwald.
Let me calm down. Let me calm.
A little bit of trolling.
I think I understand what you mean about rage bait. Like it gets to a point.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. Have fun.
Okay, I'm first timing. Who's this? Ilari. Good luck. Oh, I play Ana. We both snipe.
Yeah, you'll be sniping, I will.
no.
Oh, hold on.
Don't worry, we have auto-aim Andy to pick up for us.
I aim to devastate.
What experience do you possibly bring to this mission?
Last week, my friends and I sank a Hashimoto party boat.
So, nothing.
Hold your thumbs, and we'll get through this all right.
No, we got the 2 carries on Skull.
Fuck.
Wherever they hide, we will dig them out.
me help you.
How
do I upgrade
okay,
this?
Whatever. I give up.
You don't upgrade it.
Oh. Just like Wes Engineer from Team Fortress 2.
Sorry guys, I haven't hit anything yet.
Type 1 in chat if you're shocked. I'm typing 2 mentally.
This has like a different sound effect, by the way.
Oh yeah.
May I have some healing, please?
Just need.
You're fucking shooting at the venture.
Filthy.
Yeah, I'm trying to heal them.
This guy's lucky I can't aim. Thank you.
No one can hide from my sight.
Uh-oh.
We are outnumbered.
Oh, everyone
This
is
Rek'Sai
dead.
freak just making tunnels. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh,
Something that is.
You want me to only use the AR? I mean, I can if you want.
Who said that? Ban them in
The
chat.
plot thickens.
I just know it was winter.
I've observed movement in the payload.
What's your poison?
Excuse me.
Ouch.
Oh, that's good.
The payload has reached the checkpoint. Back in action.
Hold on.
Let's kick this off.
He's overloading. Okay, I've got nano now. So I say please and I'll use it.
Oh my fucking god.
They're attacking me. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh shit, my bad.
I'm with you. You must like having me around.
Setting out the welcome mat.
I can't fucking hit anything, bro. To the shock of no one.
And the crowd goes final.
The fucking Lifeweaver is focusing me too. He's over here. He's behind. Oh my god.
Excavation initiative.
If only my
a lot
team
of
focused a Widowmaker this hard, by the way.
They have a Widowmaker? I don't know.
No game has had a Widowmaker.
No
I feel like
one
you're
can
trying to
hide
gaslight us.
from my sight.
Yeah. He was standing still, bro.
Yeah, he was. I wasn't fully charged. I hit him twice.
Aww.
Okay, why is the Kiriko and the Ana out sniping the Widowmaker?
Okay, fucking Kiriko is busted, so don't even.
Monkey.
I would like you to know I can't even hit the Winston.
I'd be shocked if you had a Rhine shield, I'll be honest.
Where is he?
Such naive.
On top. Thank you.
Merci.
This clown.
Major pack unlocked.
Okay.
And this is why
Oh, I went the wrong fucking perk.
God, I can't see you.
Unloading scrap.
Oh my god, my turret. Let's go. Getting last hits.
Can't see anyone.
Oh. Oh, hi. What are they doing? They're all kind of dancing around here.
Make your maker proud. Time to let off some steam.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
The Phantom, are you close to ult?
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh god.
No one can hide from my sight.
I fucking give up, bro. There's your life weaver behind.
Time to teach these bugs some
In the Scottish Revolution.
Enemy spotted.
God, this fucking creature.
Over there.
There's a guy over it. Oh, they're all up here!
Oh.
I knew he was going for that. That's why I stood up there. I wanted to shoot him, but then fucking Venture, Winston, and Lifeweaver came for my ass.
I'm here.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Oh. My keyboard just turned off. What the fuck?
Oh.
That's not good.
Less than ideal, to be honest.
Oh, back. The hell?
Tu vas le regretter.
Oh, get off me.
Starts.
Thank you. I'm enjoying the carry. Keep it up, guys.
Yeah, you low-key spectating.
Actually.
Have my ult.
Same. Here you go.
I don't.
Can hide from my sight.
Oh. Hey, we know where they are.
He's like 1 HP. You're fucking kidding me. Behind.
Do you learn? Let the Kitsune guide you.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต
Unloading scrap.
If I were toxic, I'd type
It's just
easy
too
in
easy.
chat.
It's too easy.
I think
Sorry,
if they
hell, I
spent a
typed
little
easy.
less time going for me and a little more time fighting you guys, we might have lost.
Play of the game.
That's
I
all.
was,
From
I was not
Oxford
doing
Evolved.
anything.
There goes you.
Excavation
They
initiation.
killed me at the end as
There
well.
goes
They
Phantom.
started fucking
There goes me.
shaking their monitor. They're shaking their
Oh, there goes our entire team,
mouse.
actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah. This guy was like screaming as they got that play.
Oh god.
Epic. MVP.
Right on.
Oh, I got a loot box. Why did I get a loot box?
I pray it's not good.
It's fucking garbage.
Wow.
You test my patience.
From the battle pass. Oh.
Ah.
Hey, you know Hollywood.
Wait, let's go to Hell's hometown.
Midtown fucking sucks, bro.
Well, yeah.
But you're from Mid.
That's what
town.
Yeah, I knew the joke
it?
you were trying to
Oh.
make. Yeah, I knew. I was aware.
Because it's Mid town.
Town.
Like the town is Mid.
Yeah, enjoy your load shedding, bro.
I could support a game.
Then don't queue
Oh,
for
I
It's
get
just the same
it.
setup. No, what?
Midtown.
I heard
All
my first
right,
time.
let's run it back.
Oh,
I can't play another game on with I'll I'll try Ash instead.
How is that better?
I don't know.
For
What if it's for the
anyone.
best? Listen, look, I'll occasionally get to send out a bomb. That's a little bit better, right?
Yo.
Mighty fine rifle.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Mind if I
That's
give
so
it a
totally
whirl?
different.
You don't seem like the type
I'm
to
playing.
give it back.
Oh, it's like the same
Big
team
woman.
too.
I'm a woman of my
It's the
word.
exact same
yeah.
team.
Actions speak louder.
It's Winton again.
If they pass first point, depending on how well I'm playing, I'll probably
Not
change
that it
to like
matters to me,
something
but
easy.
try not to hurt yourselves out there.
Where's my right click
Reaper,
heal?
So Winton doesn't murder me.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
I'm
it's on
guessing my
a
right click, yeah.
charge. But your main
Yeah,
healing
yeah.
comes from your pylon, so you'll need to place
Yeah.
it in a place where they can't shoot it very easily.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Want to make it out of here? Do what I say. Crafting a barrier. Dynamite out.
I
Damn it.
Recharging. Suck it out. Pristine construction. Up and out of there.
I can't land. Dead.
This will end them.
she's still.
Oh.
There's a Winston behind. Okay, I need to change. I need to fucking change. I've decided. I got.
This.
I thought my shift was a dash. What is that?
Shaping our defense. Let's just
Hello
their
there.
reputation.
Oh, they're doing it again.
They're probably gonna ult or something.
Yep.
What does my ult do? Anyone tell me like quickly in like 3 words or less?
What are you again?
Illari.
Like
He throws like a
Ilaoi?
thing at them.
You throw a sun on them that applies a debuff, which explodes after dealing damage to it.
Oh, I can't wait to miss.
The fucking Life Weaver got changed as he jumped off, so he's just kind of hanging off the building.
Crystalline perfection.
Weaver hung himself.
Dark Overwatch. That's it. The creepypasta.
Hello.
Oh
Oh.
Right, that goes through things.
no. The more we know.
Nox fanboy is winter? No. Nox fanboy is faint.
Prince Fane. Be precise.
Specifically.
Yeah. Specifically.
Phantomy, Brad, faint. Goats.
Need the goat lineup.
What did they do to my push?
Oh, your team? You're my team at.
Dude, there's fucking a Life Weaver, bro! Obsessed. I can't play Bastion either. I can't play anyone. I need to go back on fucking support.
Never fall.
I want to make my name Nox Fanboy, but I don't want to pay Blizzard $10.
Let's instant that.
Tactical visor activate.
Oh my god.
Ethel.
Adder, hello! Thank you so much for the raid! You just have to bear with me a sec. I can't. Cannot play the video right now. Welcome in, Raiders! Adder, I hope you had a lovely... Oh, you playing Pokemon Crystal? Alright. You gotta bear with me. Let me quickly get you over to that raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Adder. I hope you had a lovely time playing Pokemon. I, too, was recently playing Pokemon. Thank God I don't have to do that anymore. I was playing a Nuzlocke and it was quite rough. But please, you know, obviously feel free to let us know what kind of stuff you got up to. Or if you don't want to, that's fine, too. Sorry, I'm pretty ass at Overwatch. You just got done streaming, you might want to go get some rest. Completely understand it, you know? But for anyone new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't do too much yapping, because that's what the raid video is for. I'm fucking dead. Sorry, I can't focus. That's what the raid video is for, but today I'm playing some Overwatch with some friends. We're taking a break from all the hardcore gaming we're doing, so I turned my brain off and now I'm griefing my team. Yeah, we won the Nuzlocke. It was rough, but we won the Nuzlocke, thankfully. Kicking butt? Yeah, that's, yeah, that's not happening. But, who's on the... Oh, Vendetta spray is on the thing. I'm not playing particularly well, but my team is carrying, so it's all good.
I missed my ult both times.
You just made it to Ekritique? Nice! I can't remember. Were you doing anything in particular, or were you just doing it for funzo? That didn't hit me, by the way. That was crazy.
So we're just lying now.
Yeah. But yeah, we won our Nuzlocke. It was fun. It was rough. It was really rough. Let me tell you what happened. A particular problem that happened that I was reminded of that happened yesterday during our fight with the Elite Four and with the champion. I can't even remember who it was. It was either the last of the Elite Four or it was the champion. No, I think it was the last of the Elite Four.
It's the champion.
No, it was the champion because I went in with 5 Pokemon. Pulls out a Moltres, right? Now, I don't have anything decent into that. I don't have a water type. I don't have anything. My best thing that I have is a Growlithe who knows Waterfall. Remember, this is a randomized Nuzlocke too, so I had a Growlithe that knew Waterfall, and I was like, I'll take the Growlithe out. That way, you know, it's fire on fire, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. Use Waterfall. I used Waterfall on this Moltres, right? Moltres had color, was it color swap, color change?
Oh.
Changed its typing to water. And I'm like, okay, so we have 2 options here. We can either continue to use Waterfall, and, you know, it won't get the stab moves because it's not fire anymore. Or we, you know, just use a fire move, change it back, then Waterfall it, etc., etc. So we decided to fucking Waterfall it again. And this Moltres knew Brine.
Select a map.
So, yeah, the Arcanine died and I got really upset. Just for funsies, I'm hoping you're having a good time with it then. So yeah, this is like the 3rd time I think we've killed an Arcanine in a Nuzlocke, so at least she isn't too happy. It's just,
it was mid anyway.
It's just not in our future to have an Arcanine in our Nuzlocks. That's all it is. It was just so fucking silly. It was so silly. Alright, Brad, in this map, there's like a bridge right at the start. People like to go...
I've played this map.
You have?
Yeah.
Rialto?
This is an old map. Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Lychee, your strongest Pokemon at the moment? Crazy. Anyway, yeah, I just want to say, like, oh, I didn't know Hel played Overwatch. I don't really. I'm not particularly great, but it's fun, so I'd like to get better at it, but the shooters are just not my thing. At least Adder can use the revive, yeah, I suppose. It was fucking horrible, bro. I did not have an easy Elite Four fight. But, dude, there are some fucking Pokemon nerds in chat, and they really kept me up, so... Yeah, but thank you so much for the raid. Don't worry about if you have to go or anything. Get some rest and whatnot. I feel like you have to humor me. Yeah, Doomfist wants to punch everyone off the bridge.
Escort the payload.
Help me move it.
Damn. He's better than me.
There it is.
He's better than me.
There it is.
Damn.
No. Bumped into me.
I'm first trying a champ. Good luck. Where are they?
Oh.
My healing. Oh, I'm getting off this free. It's too
You only
complicated.
asked like I did. I lost Elite 4. What can you do? Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Some of these Nuzlocks. I suppose if you're not playing a what do you call it?
There's a turret on the right side.
If you're not playing
Oh, I see it.
randomizer, it's probably a little bit better. You can kind of.
Dare I say it's harder? If you're not doing randomizer.
Really? I mean, I guess you know
Yeah.
what to expect, though. No, most of the time.
Yeah, but you don't get like bailed out by a random lucky Pokemon.
I feel like the randomizer really fucked me up, though. I didn't think it worked in my favor.
I think if you like get to know typings and stuff, randomizer gets a lot easier.
Well, you say that, but like the amount of times I just lost Pokemon, both in the one that the long term one I did
that was
and
your
the event one.
settings. That was just it.
But like I had it set so that you should have like similar typings. It should prefer the same typings. So yeah, the amount of times that this. Oh fuck! I walked right into that. The amount of times that I just ran into a Pokemon and I'm like, oh, it's a water type. I'll use a grass type, and it has a fucking 120 power fire type move. You know what I mean?
I must keep my skills sharp.
Yeah, that's not normal.
Ouch.
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Behind.
Yeah, I know. I went right on him.
You're powered up. Get in there. Eyes on the target.
My soul is alight.
Actually, no. In normal, like harder Pokemon games, normal's Nuzlocke's probably easier. Now that I think about it.
It's just you can prefer. It's probably just my experience. If I had a bit of a luckier experience with the movesets and just not having Pokemon
Yeah, there was
insta-die
something
because
wrong
they
with
know
your
they know like it was so convenient the amount of times that it happened too. Comical.
Enemy turret ahead.
Water pulse incident. Let's see.
Meteor strike.
The wicked.
Oh, bird. That was lagging.
I got headbutt with my own exploding arrow. That was fun.
Don't fret. I see you. I won't let you fall. Close your eyes.
Behind or no? That was just. Bro, this guy is. Go. Kill them all. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, my final moments there. I have a Wu Yang solo ulting me, and a Torbjorn following him behind. I really upset them.
Oh, there's a freakazoid behind us. Shit, that wasn't even
I'm
behind
reloading.
us. I had no more speed.
Ugh.
I still have some fight in me. Taking care of you.
This one's above, be careful. Should have slept first.
Hunting them down.
This will cut the pain. I won't let you fall.
For the Crusaders!
Nice.
Yeah.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Healing you.
I am healed.
Getting drowsy.
I knew it was gonna do that.
Need to reload.
No one sleep for him. Snowy! Hello! Oh my god, another raid. Snowy, thank you so much for the raid. You'll have to bear with me a second. I can't send you to the raid video right now. I've got Nano. Who wants it?
Me.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Snowy, thank you so much for the raid.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh my god.
That's a crazy old.
Hunting them down.
Nice. This one's behind.
Yeah, I think it's the
Bears, you understood. How's it going? What'd you play? Inconbini? Oh shit. I was not paying attention there. I'm so sorry. I'm being so rude to the Raiders right now.
Taking care of enemy turret.
Okay. Just killing them with a bunch of random bullshit.
It's high noon.
High noon.
Oh my god. Oh dear. It's only rude if you don't win. Okay, I will do my best.
Meteor strike.
But if we lose, then it's your fault anyway. I've got oaths. I don't know. We might have it in time for a thing. How was your stream? Anyway, casual slice of life game out running a convenience in Japan. So it's very cute. I hope you had a fun time. Oh, he's... Go.
Get in there.
Behind. There's a... Xion behind. Okay, okay.
Just fucking mosquito.
Fucking because somebody
I
woke
bumped
her
her
up!
away.
Oh my god, there we go, we won.
Okay,
Alright.
my bad, I'm just mugging you in every single stat.
Enjoy the raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Alright, there we go. It seems like that bug with the capture card is back too. Anyway, yes, no, I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for being patient, really, with me there. Obviously, if you need to go and stuff, that's completely fine too. You gotta go eat. It's getting late, stuff like that. Might be warm too. I'm not sure what the temperatures are like down south, so don't worry about, like, you know, chatting and responding and stuff if you need to go get some rest. Anyway, if anyone is still here from the raid, hello. I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself. That's what the raid video is for. But today we're playing some Overwatch with some friends. I'm not particularly great at the game, but it is a lot of fun, so...
Oh.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you're... Great. I had a decent Ana game.
I will not.
I think that was a decent Ana game.
Yeah,
We
sleeps
must all
very good.
find a cause worth
They were
fighting
good,
for.
weren't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
If I was that Doom, I would be
Check
screaming.
out the stratification in this castle's stonework.
I would be going on
Looks like
a
a
I hit a Juno mid-air with the sleep, but somebody fucking immediately woke her up. She hadn't even hit the
bumped her away So we could
ground.
win the game.
Mother's
So we
work
could
is
win
never
the
done.
game. If your
You know
sleeps
what
were so good,
also
you would
would-
have been up there in the MVP.
I don't think it really cares for sleeps.
No, it does.
No,
It's like,
I think it does.
Hooks.
Don't say that. Why would you agree with him?
It does though.
Defend objective A.
Don't say. I see you.
There's no escape.
Anyway, it's Doom then. Like, this guy's on fucking defending as a...
Kind of barbaric.
And they have a Zyra too.
Ow.
Oh, it's so over. Well, is this like Soldier's fucking... Does Soldier have a mythic weapon? Why does his gun look so different
Still have
there?
some fight in me.
Might be.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Got like a normal legendary weapon.
Enemies on me. You're so nice.
We have to stop the payload.
They have no idea what's coming.
Free isn't there?
Over there. I see. Who's going to live?
Sorry, he's coming in after you.
There is
Nice.
I'm here. Keep fighting. Ready for action.
They're probably gonna start spamming ults soon because I have mine. Someone already wait. Someone swapped. Oh, their tank swapped.
Nice.
Ooh. Thank you.
On me. There's a Tracer.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Okay. Play the game.
The payload is moving. Hold their progress.
No worries, Talset. I hope you have a lovely day at work. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it.
I see you.
There's a Reinhardt over here.
Stand up straight. Close your eyes.
What?
No recovery. Healing you. I need to reload.
Good. How close you go?
25 more percent.
Better find.
Plotting out the dig site.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Okay, that works.
Right, now I have it.
2. Okay, you get Ana ulted. I ult them, you ult them. And
I
that's a
don't think
5-man.
Ana ult is gonna do anything for him.
Yes, I don't think Anna's ult buff, damage buff applies to Han's ult.
Keys. Walk to her.
Someone behind.
Probably that stupid Tracer.
Yeah, I can hear
Yep,
her.
it is.
Taking care of you.
I can't get up to you to heal you.
No worries, I'm coming down.
Ulted? Ulted?
Oh!
Nice.
Yeah.
Tracer's still behind the...
Yeah, I can hear the stupid little steps.
Scanning. We must strike them down.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
away.
Oh!
Nice.
You're so nice.
Sitting on this nano for 7 years. Staying the Ana for the fucking Ryan, but wanting to change because I don't know where I use my ult here other than just save people. He's looking for a shot there.
You know what? Nano me.
There
I
it
figure
is.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Tracer's on me. Alright. Whatever.
That might be the word.
Submission is the key.
I can't be bothered. At least their tank switched anyway.
I'm under attack.
Bye, Winton.
That's not gonna be pretty.
Nice.
60 seconds.
Is inevitable.
Minor perk unlocked.
Much more
I could line up.
Why me?
30 seconds.
Okay.
Evolution is a painful
There's a Winston bubble in the way. I can't hit anyone there.
welcome advantage. Surrender your soul.
Well,
that was easy.
That works. He switched to fucking Hammond.
They know the strat.
What strat?
The strat. If you know, you
just
know.
run
you know?
everyone at the same thing and see what happens.
Well, this wasn't even like the coordinated attack. He's just missing attacks now. Right.
That was the play of the game I called.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I said that was play of the game.
You said that.
I said that.
Epic. MVP. Excellent.
Okay, I probably got one more.
Yeah, that's fair. We can do one
I'm
more.
level 4.
4?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm level 12. What? Oh, I'm level 4 Zarya.
Damn. Zarya player.
Yeah, it might be a Zarya one trick.
Which is like the best character to one trick in this game.
Oh, I'm ADC.
100%.
Oh, some of the treatment.
Your ADC.
Yeah. Attack, damage, carry.
Traveling to Havana. Prepare your defenses.
Havana.
Select your hero.
Who do I first try? They look lame.
Sierra, I'm telling you, play Sierra. She's fucking broken and dead easy to play. Nice, good job at work. Big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice. You should see how many click Brad.
Real.
I was gonna say, so who's bringing the hammers? Oh well.
I'm already Mercy.
I'll be right behind you.
This will not be won without sacrifice.
What about Widowmaker? I'm already Widowmaker. Nerf Bastion.
It's not even a Bastion quote.
I'm here to support.
Shouldn't have slept through his classes.
You know, tens of hours of Hunt Showdown told me that these shouldn't be this accurate, but you know.
5, 4, 3, 2,
What do you mean?
1. Attackers incoming.
The point click, like.
Stop the payload.
Let me take a look.
Did you uppercut though?
The payload needs to be stopped.
Crossed out.
You'll be fine now.
You?
Feeling more powerful?
Cool.
I am empowering you.
My bad.
No, no, no.
No, because I'm not gonna give my bike back.
What? Who the fuck cares
I was
about your
not gonna-
bike?
I would have gotten. I thought I was gonna die without my escape, bro.
They were
Chill.
fucking aiming at me, bro.
Let me there.
I can't believe I got that off. I would be mad.
This should be beneficial. I'm here to help. Heroes never die.
Alright, let's just... I got anti. They have a Anna. Oh, they're switching from Doom.
Yeah, I think they have enough.
Payload needs to be stopped. I am here to support. Feel stronger?
Zarya, of course.
Shaka.
Come at me. Here to assist.
We are...
Oh, get it off me. Jesus.
Morrison reporting. Should have kept your distance.
Treatment ongoing.
Oh, like there.
I don't have res. Is she up here?
They ran up.
I am empowering you.
Take everything from them.
On the right. Behind.
Diddling. They're solo.
I don't think I can res this.
Oh, this back.
Got it.
Oh,
got the res off.
Oh, you're anti. Well,
I didn't have my shield up. Oops.
It's a good thing I've got inbuilt ult. No. Nah, I was kind of beaming though.
Boosting your damage.
Intercept that payload.
behind. There's a fucking... Jesus Christ.
Oh, can I just get Moira?
Anna's there too, down the stairs.
Or is that DPSing? DPSs, that's how annoying he is.
Okay, both of course are fucking focusing me now, I guess.
Making a full recovery.
Oh.
Reinforcements are on the way.
This is good.
Come to me.
Dude, I have no idea. I went down some fucking stairs and I'm like, in Egypt now.
He went to the back rooms. Just passed through the wall, he's lost.
Tactical goggles activated.
Oh, the stairs. Safe.
Someone
Shit.
on me.
There's Zarya
I hate
on
this freak.
there. She was fucking autoing you for so long.
I'd better be more careful.
Yep, she's on me now. God.
Monstering you.
Your efforts will be rewarded.
Their payload's moving. No time to stand around.
Get them off me. Огонь по готовности.
Uh-oh. Our tech!
They used it against us.
They did use our tech against us.
I can't believe we came up with that as well.
Yeah, I know.
Zeit für einen neuen Plan.
What do you mean they used
My patients are still
the
recuperating.
against? What does that mean?
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You'll be fine now.
What?
That's not even crazy to say.
Their payload's moving. No time to stand around.
Dude, the recoil on Soldier is actually crazy.
Heroes never die.
The fact that he does have recoil, I think, is the craziest part. So much bullshit that doesn't. I see we're doing this again.
She's fucking perma on me, bro.
Don't take damage, bro.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Making a full recovery.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Blazing a path.
Covering you. I'm reloading.
Hope you brought a change of clothes. Ready for you.
Oh, fucking eating punch, bro.
We have to stop the payload.
Tactical goggles activated. Reverse the tide. To pieces.
Minor perk unlocked.
I must keep my skills sharp. Taking care of you.
Okay, cool.
Hey, bro, swapped off Bastion is gonna be what?
Are they gonna switch to like Tracer or something? I'm gonna have to. Oh, is she on?
60 seconds remaining.
She probably has another ult cooking, Lazaria.
Their payload's moving. No time to stand around.
It's a Hanzo. I know there always has been. Oh, they changed to Scion.
Oh shit, hi. She's in there.
Careful, don't grope, don't grope, don't go, don't follow. She's probably wanting to get an ult.
You?
There's a freak above here.
Stand your ground. We can do this.
Rising from
Nice.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Where's Moira?
Good work. Holy shit. For some
That was
reason, when I
not
switch from
stressful.
Mercy, I'd stop getting focus. It's crazy.
Oh, you know, taking off the Focus Me hat does that, yeah?
Oh, is this when Brad was fucking being
No,
watched?
please don't let it be. Okay,
no,
good,
it's
good,
not.
good, good. That was so bad. I thought I could just ignore it. I thought I had a team.
Shut the fuck
This
up.
was mid.
Holy shit.
The gameplay.
I hate that skin. That's so gross.
That skin can be nice, but they picked about every worst option you could pick for it.
Gross.
human papillon.
Alright, yeah, that was probably my last one, champs. We honestly, I'm not gonna lie, guys. We won a lot more than I thought we were gonna win.
With Hell on the team? Like, I'm shocked.
Shut your fucking...
I'm shocked.
Shut your
Oh
mouth.
shit, I got a legendary skin out of a regular box.
It's just not fair.
What'd you get?
It's just not fair.
What did you get?
I got a cardboard for Diva.
That's not bad. The cardboard skins are okay.
I get blues.
Yeah, actually, I went to check. We won 10 games in a row.
This cost
Actually?
dang.
That's incredible.
Oh.
Cool.
Wait, what happened to the game we lost?
Don't worry about that.
Ooh.
People, I thought after I would join, we'd just lose, but damn.
No, we did pretty well. Bench Brandon, we are comp ready. Well, then we would have 4 players. So who were we? What do you
Okay,
mean?
like I literally carried like at least 2 of these games.
Okay, put you on literally the most brain dead fucking tank and brain dead fucking hero in the game, and yeah, you can.
Put Hell on
do
someone
things.
that doesn't need to aim, and she's probably still gonna miss.
What? What do you mean?
True, but you know.
I've seen Hell miss a Zarya bubble.
Alright, Brighton. Alright, okay, on that note, I am gonna leave, but you guys have a lovely rest of your evening, I guess, except for Brad.
Thank you.
This is the leave call button.
That's awkward. Oh. Alright, losers. That's gonna be it for me for the day. Honestly, I'm surprised I went the full length. I thought I was maybe gonna have a shorter stream today, but I unironically did have a lot of fun just chilling with some Overwatch, so that was good. Yeah, we are going to call it here for the day. But if you could stick around, as always, I would like to raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces and you get some channel points for doing so. Today we can go say hello to Dolly. Dolly is just started streaming recently. They're doing, well, recently as in like their stream has started, rather. They haven't been streaming so long. I don't know what they're up to. They're just chatting at the moment, but we can go say hello to them. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you would like to put a hello in a chat, ask them how their day is going, I'm sure they'd really appreciate some conversation. Regardless, please be on your best behavior, read their rules, make sure that you're not being a dickhead, because I'll be there, I'll be lurking, I'll be watching, and if you are an ass, you won't be welcome back here. But you guys are usually very well behaved, and I never really have to do anything confrontational, so... but just as a warning. But thank you so much for coming today. I do hope you enjoyed it. I know it was a little bit more of a kind of spectator Andy type day instead of a... We had some good chats during Sky at least, and the Overwatch games didn't go too bad, so... I should be streaming tomorrow. I don't have anything I think that's gonna pop up. I think it's Thursday is when. I'll have to double check. I don't know what we'll get up to. Maybe we'll start our Deltarune stuff, but yeah, I'll let you know if anything changes in the Discord ahead of time as usual. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that stopped by in the raids today and decided to stick around and give me a chance. I do really appreciate it. It means the world for me, but for now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night. Wherever you are, take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. Stay cool if you need it, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.